Chapter 486. Now that Nagajan was free, it did not take long for him to finish off all the remaining Darkstar warriors. The protective shield was a fighting arena, and there was no way out. The surviving mercenaries dragged their injured bodies and gathered at the center of the battlefield. Han Xiao counted the number of people. There were originally more than 100 mercenaries, but now there were less than 30 left. He glanced at Haluz, Sylvia, the Volga brothers, and Fu Ding, and heaved a sigh of relief. The survival of his officers was confirmed. The Mech Legion was scattered in different locations, and he ordered the other mercenaries to collect all the machines. This immediately caused many mercenaries to complain. The wind was so loud just now. God knows where your machines flew, too. We just finished fighting. Don't be so overboard. However, despite their complaints, the mercenaries still obediently did as they were told. Although not everyone saw how Han Xiao performed when he used the Ames character summon card, the mercenaries who saw this had even more respect in their eyes. Han Xiao picked his ears and was rather annoyed. These lousy mercenaries complaining about just picking up things. The players are still the ones who are dedicated. As long as there is a reward, no matter how tiring it is, they can enjoy it. They are so much better than these mercenaries. I miss them so much. Haluz walked forward and handed over Sherman's huge gun. Spoils of war, this is for you. Han Zhao's eye sparkled. He grabbed the gun, glanced at it, and took off the outer shell. He observed the internal structure and nodded. This gun is not bad. The item introduction popped up on the interface. It was called Tri-Core Photon Cannon. This was a weapon that enjoyed the Cannon Master mastery, which meant that the Cannon Master would receive additional bonuses when using it. The blueprint was rare, so it saved him the effort of gambling for blueprints. Han Xiao happened to need a non-ordinary light energy gun. Although he was not a Cannon Master, the mechanical force bonuses could be used. It was just that the bonuses were not as great as a Cannon Master's. Launcher Masters were long-range damage dealers. Launcher Masters were very popular in dungeons. They were the main tank, archer, and controller of the traditional Iron Triangle battle formation. Han Xiao had also played as a launcher in his previous life. Other than firing cannons, it was all about firing cannons. The damage output was in the hundreds, but it was too monotonous. Although firing cannons was fun, it was easy to get bored of it. Among the three classes of mechanic, he still preferred the more flexible mechanic. Putting away the gun, Han Xiao looked at Sylvia. There were no injuries, but the lingering fear had not disappeared. He turned to look at Fu Ding, but found that Fu Ding was covered in blood. It seemed that he had experienced a fierce battle. Are you okay? Han Xiao asked. Chun Xing immediately became nervous. Recalling Fu Ding's usual demeanor, he hurriedly pulled out a kind smile and deliberately said in a gentle tone, I'm fine. It's just that I met an enemy, Sylvia interrupted and said, by the way, I saw you get knocked down with my own eyes. That enemy was much stronger than you. I was worried about you the whole way. Luckily, you're fine. How did you beat him? Chun Xing's smile suddenly froze. He wanted to sew Sylvia's mouth shut. Of all times to ask, why did she have to ask at this moment? She was trying to get him killed. She coughed and said, I didn't beat him. The enemy was a grade B super. I was almost killed by him. You also know that I'm not very good at fighting. Luckily, a storm suddenly blew over and blew us away, saving my life. You're so lucky. Sylvia sighed. No one doubted her. When it came to luck, they had always felt inferior. Yeah, you're so lucky. Han Xiao sighed and slapped her heavily on the back, causing her to cough violently. -1 foot damage popped up on top of her head. Chun Xing's back was in pain. Suppressing her anger, she forced out a smile and laughed dryly. Seeing that Han Xiao did not suspect anything, she was relieved. She finally managed to fool Black Star. Han Xiao snapped his fingers and called Nagajan over. At the same time, he held Chun Xing's shoulders tightly, making it impossible for her to escape. Chun Xing twisted her body uncomfortably and said, Can you let go of me? Stop pretending. Han Xiao rolled his eyes. You can't fool me. Chun Xing immediately broke out in cold sweat. She hurriedly tried to find a loophole, but she could not figure out which part had gone wrong. She clearly did not give herself away. You're mistaken. I'm Fu Ding. She forced a smile and explained. Han Xiao raised his eyebrows and leaned close to Chen Xing's ear. I told you, if you really escaped, you wouldn't want to meet me. Chen Xing's heart skipped a beat. This time, Nagajin walked over. Han Xiao patted Chen Xing's shoulder and said with a smile, Stop struggling. There's a grade A super here. You can't escape. You don't want to be beaten up by him. Chen Xing gritted his teeth and stopped pretending. He angrily said, How did you recognize me? Han Xiao also had a helpless expression. The interface had already revealed her identity. He could not be fooled even if he wanted to. He could not play along and pretend that he did not see anything. He was also very desperate. Chen Xing was at her wit's end. She could not think of any way to escape. She glared at Han Xiao fiercely. In her mind, she had already imagined 100 ways for Han Xiao to die. She wished she could whip his corpse 100 times herself. She might as well give up the control of her body. It was better than being suppressed by someone else. Fu Ding's consciousness returned. He moved his limbs, shook his head, and smiled. I knew you would recognize me. You're really lucky. Even though she regained control of her body, she still did not crush your consciousness. Han Xiao was quite envious. The luck glow was still very strong. Fu Ding laughed. Actually, it was quite pleasant communicating with her. I know everything about her, and she knows everything about me. We understand each other's thoughts. Congratulations on finding your soulmate. Why don't you just marry her? My mission will be completed. Han Xiao shook his head. Suddenly, he was stunned. Wait, could it be that I guessed right? Fu Ding's mission was the perfect completion condition. Could it be that he really became a victim? Fu Ding pointed to his head and said helplessly, I won't tell you how she scolded you. Han Xiao laughed dryly, let go of his hand, and hurriedly moved away from Fu Ding. He grabbed Sylvia's hair and wiped his hands. He suddenly did not want to get close to Fu Ding. After casually chatting for a while, he looked at the time. Asha should be back soon. At this time, Han Xiao discovered a serious problem. Although the battle was over, the protective shield still isolated the area. If they could not leave, they could not besiege Ashes according to the plan. This problem could only be solved by the Norios Consortium. The Guardian had been watching not far away. Han Xiao felt that it was necessary to communicate with him. Han Xiao and Nagajin teamed up and asked the Guardian to open the protective shield. The Guardian did not even think about it and directly rejected the request. There is still a Dark Star member alive. He is rushing back. If you don't open the protective shield, we can't deal with him, Nagajin said. The Guardian was expressionless. I know. That's why I will not open the protective shield before the enemy you mentioned leaves. You will stay here until I confirm that this matter is completely over. Are you trying to protect the Dark Star members? Nagajin said angrily. My duty is to protect Norios. Do you want me to open the protective shield and let you continue to destroy the city? I don't want to see anyone causing trouble in Norios. After this matter is over, our consortium will ask God Aura for compensation. The Guardian narrowed his eyes. Not saving Anna was because he had no choice but to give up. However, that did not mean that he would stand on Ghidorah's side. The protective shield would definitely not be opened, and that was the bottom line of the financial group's upper echelons. Furthermore, the financial group did not wish to see any more high-level combatants of Darkstar dying here. There's another one at the end. P.S. Follow the official WeChat account. Limiox is 666. Chapter 487. The Norios Financial Group did not want to provoke either party, but they would not completely accommodate either party's demands. This move might cause them to have a conflict with Ghidorah, but it would not be that serious. This was a matter of degree, and a small conflict was within the acceptable range. They were very flexible in handling matters. The financial group was also prepared to ask Ghidorah for compensation. The first reason was that an important member of Darkstar had died, and Ghidorah had taken advantage of it. It would be easier for them to compromise on other issues. The most important reason was that Darkstar would not compensate, and Ghidorah was a lawful civilization and a lawful regime. They could be understood as good people in a broad sense, and good people would abide by the rules. Nagajin still wanted to persuade them, but Han Xiao reached out to stop him, and he stopped talking. Han Xiao could already see that the financial group would not give in on this point, so he could only give up on the plan to attack Ashes. He felt that it was a pity that his previous disguise had lost its effect. However, the situation was constantly changing, and he was already used to this feeling. Not many things could develop according to the most ideal situation. Since the fight is not going to happen, this mission is more or less over. I won't be chased anymore, Han Xiao thought to himself. Looking up at the sky, a black cloud stopped in the sky, revealing Ash's figure. He had finally rushed back. Ashes looked down at the devastated battlefield through the protective shield, and his face was filled with shock. Suddenly, he noticed Anna's corpse, and he could not move his eyes away. The shock on his face turned into horror. Perhaps luring Ember back isn't completely useless. Letting him see Anna's corpse with his own eyes will shock him and leave a psychological shadow in his heart. A few minutes ago, Ashes remembered Anna's instructions and quickly rushed to the battlefield. He could not wait to participate in the battle to make up for his failure in the mission. With Minner's speed, no enemy can escape from him. Black Star will also not be able to escape like before. This time, I can finally get rid of him completely. This thought flashed through Ash's mind. He couldn't help but feel a sense of anticipation and pleasure. With a speed of 700 miles per hour, his mood was carefree. However, the scene that unfolded in front of him was completely different from what he had expected. What was even more unexpected was that his instructor, who should never have been defeated, had not only lost, but had even died in battle. The moment he saw Anna's corpse, Ashes was stunned. A chill rushed from his spine to his brain, turning into disbelief and fear. Anna, how could he have been killed? Ashes immediately took out his communicator and dialed Anna's number. Beep, beep, beep. However, the few seconds of waiting felt like an eternity. After the call was connected, an image popped up on the screen. However, it was not the Anna that he had been expecting. It was Han Zhao's face, and he let out a deafening laugh. Are you surprised? Are you surprised? Ashes was shocked. How could it be you? Oh, you don't like handsome men? Han Xiao chuckled. He pressed his cheeks and turned into Anna's appearance. He then threw a flying kiss. How about this one? Crack. Cracks appeared on the screen. Ashes almost crushed his communicator. He was shocked and angry at the same time. His last glimmer of hope had also disappeared. Anna was really dead. All kinds of emotions surged in his heart. Disbelief, anger, panic, confusion. His remaining rationality reminded him of his current situation. If the other party could kill Anna, he would also be in danger. I'm the only one left. I can't stay and fight anymore. I can't be annihilated here. Ashes gritted his teeth. He stepped on the black cloud and fled as fast as lightning. The situation here had to be reported. As he fled, he contacted the higher-ups of Dark Star and reported the news of Anna's death. This news immediately caused an explosive sensation within the higher-ups of Dark Star. The higher-ups of Dark Star were prepared to hear the news of the completion of the mission, but what they heard was bad news. No one had expected that Anna would actually die in this mission that they were confident of succeeding. When they assigned the mission to 2 Calamity-grade supers, all the higher-ups felt that they would definitely succeed. This news completely messed up their plans. All along, the strength of Dark Star had been constantly changing. At their peak, they had 8 Calamity-grade supers with varying levels of strength. Anna was one of them and was one of the elders in the organization. However, after all these years of fighting, there were many casualties and only 2 of the 8 remained. Anna was one of them. Other than these 2 elders, the rest of the Grade A combatants were all newbies that had been nurtured by Dark Star. Losing a senior figure was an extremely heavy blow to Dark Star. Furthermore, the speed at which the high-level combatants were replenished could not keep up with the speed of loss. The number of Calamity-grade supers in the organization was already extremely low. In less than a minute, the higher-ups of Dark Star issued an emergency order to Ashes. Give up this mission and leave Norios immediately. The fleet will pick you up. We have already lost an important member. We cannot lose another one. Originally, he was the one who was chasing, but now his role had been reversed. Ashes was extremely unwilling, but the situation was beyond his control, so he could only endure it. He turned off the communicator and fled as fast as he could. He did not dare delay at all. He was worried that the enemy would catch up to him at any moment. In reality, Han Xiao and the others could not leave the protective shield. The people of Norios could not wait for Ashes to leave as soon as possible. Ashes did not know that no one was chasing after him. They were all waiting for him to leave. He was just scaring himself. An hour later, the protective shield disappeared, and the metal pillars were retracted into the ground. Norios was no longer quarantined. This also meant that the financial group had confirmed that the battle was over. They had monitored the appearance of the Darkstar fleet, picked up Ashes, and left. This made the financial group heave a sigh of relief. Although there were thousands of battleships outside Norios' atmosphere, it was naturally best if there was no conflict. The pursuing forces retreated, and Han Xiaoxi knew that Nagajan's mission was considered complete. He only needed to wait for Ghidorah's reinforcements to arrive to settle the score. Killing one Anner was already a huge gain for him. The battle had ended, but the effects had only just begun to spread. The death of a Grade A member Darkstar was something that Ghidorah would pay close attention to. In fact, the entire Shattered Star Ring would pay close attention to this news. While countless people were dying every moment, everyone was different. The death of a Calamity Grade Super with a sensitive identity was naturally more eye-catching than the deaths of millions of ordinary people on countless planets. Furthermore, he had used AIM's ability, so she would probably be very curious about it. However, this was not the main issue now. Dealing with the Norios financial group was the main issue now. After Han Xiao and the others escaped, they were immediately asked to meet with the upper echelons of the financial group. The financial group was prepared to settle the score, mainly because of the issue of compensation. They want an explanation. Introduction: Wang Daliang is a fourth-year student who is about to graduate. His favorite hobby is to play all kinds of games. But when he was about to leave the campus on a hot summer night when he was bitten by mosquitoes, he suddenly discovered a big secret of his roommate and friend. Chapter 488. The Protector brought the group to another city in an aircraft. In the middle of the city was a skyscraper. Even in the city filled with skyscrapers, it still stood out like a crane among chickens. It was like a middle finger pointing to the earth. On the top floor, there was a helipad protected by a transparent cover. The cover slowly opened, and the aircraft landed there. There were many guards standing beside the helipad that led to the interior of the building. Han Xiao and the others followed the Protector through the passage and entered the interior of the top floor. The interior was exquisitely decorated like a mansion. A man sat on the sofa with his back facing the group. Only the back of his head could be seen. On the wall facing him, there were many virtual screens. They were all surveillance images of the battlefield. "Look at what you've done on my planet." The man pressed some button, and the sofa automatically turned around, facing the group. Only then did they see the man's appearance. He had a very strong aura, and Han Xiao felt that he looked familiar. He suddenly remembered that he had seen a picture of this person before. A few days ago, he had still been playing a game of cat and mouse with Aesop. Aesop had made a request to steal some accessory. At that time, he had asked Philip to search online. That accessory had been bought by the head of Norios financial group, for who knew how many wives. This man in front of him was the head of the financial group. What was his name again? Rockfess. "I am the owner of this planet." The man's tone was calm. "I know who you are. Ghidorah War Bureau Nagajan, Floating Dragon Guard Captain Will Sander, and Floating Dragon Field Team Commander Blackstar." Because they belonged to Floating Dragon in name, the Blackstar Mercenary was recognized as a unit under Floating Dragon. Han Xiao did not care much about this. Ever since he had joined Floating Dragon, this identity had always been beneficial. It allowed his mercenary group to be temporarily tied to a super faction, which was very beneficial to the growth of his mercenary group's reputation. "I have a general understanding of what happened. I have no interest in interfering in the battle between Ghidorah and Darkstar, but your actions have caused damage to my planet. Godora has no law enforcement authority in my territory, so I need you to give me an explanation and ask for legal compensation. My people are calculating the losses, and we will talk in detail when the exact amount is confirmed. Rockfest did not give the two of them a chance to speak. He was resolute and unquestionable. I will report this to the headquarters. Godora will compensate you for your losses. Blackstar is just a mercenary that I hired. Their actions were my request. His compensation will be borne by Godora. Godora never mistreats its friends. Nagakin said. After killing Anner, he was in a good mood. This result would also make the War Bureau very happy. For an official of his rank, it was unavoidable for him to cause trouble outside, and the War Bureau would clean up after him. Thus, he did not intend to avoid paying the compensation in the first place. As Rockfest had a very deep network and had a good relationship with many political figures in the Shattered Star Ring, Godora was not willing to offend such a huge capitalist. Don't worry, I never intended to ask him for money. Rockfest looked at Han Shao and smiled. His tone became much warmer and less aggressive. Send my regards to Ames. He doesn't want me to compensate. Han Shao immediately had a good impression of him. You know Ames? Ha ha ha. Who in the Shattered Star Ring doesn't know the Dragon Emperor? Rockfest laughed. I have a business relationship with Floating Dragon. We are on the same side. I heard that Aesop came to steal something from me, but you caught him. Haha, well done. Han Shao came to a realization. It turned out that Aesop and Rockfest knew each other. No wonder there was such a prank. However, he did not feel that it was strange. Aesop had lived for so many years and was a legendary figure himself. His connections were extremely deep, and he had friends all over the world. Furthermore, with Aesop's ability, the people he knew were most likely people with power and influence, forming a huge network. Now that Ames had brought Aesop back, the Floating Dragon Island faction would benefit from this, and their influence in the dark would most likely multiply. In truth, Rockfest's friendliness was not entirely because of Aesop. He had always provided Floating Dragon with funds and rarely asked for anything in return. It was equivalent to sponsoring. Rockfest was not the only financial group that did this. There were at least 20 financial groups sponsoring Ames. Back then, when Ames was building Floating Dragon, she had released an announcement that she needed money, and countless financial groups had rushed to send her money. Even today, many financial groups still maintain their sponsoring relationships. Otherwise, with Floating Dragon's terrible operating conditions, they would not be able to afford such high repair, fuel, maintenance, and so on. The 4 Beyond Grade A Supers in the Shattered Star Ring all had many financial groups behind them. There would always be financial groups willing to invest in powerful individuals or organizations. Thus, many of them did not have to worry about money, even if they did not work. Many of the financial groups had already gone past the stage of accumulating wealth. Unless they turned money into influence, relationships, or actual items, money was just a string of numbers. Investing in organizations, experts, and politicians was the path for these capitalists. For example, Ames was not the one asking for money, but the other party taking the initiative to give her money. Whether she accepted it or not depended on her mood. As long as one became stronger, many problems would be easily solved. However, at the same time, the problems involved in one's words and actions would become more and more complicated. In the later versions, some large guilds would have the qualifications to cooperate with financial groups and receive funding and loans. The players' influence in the galaxy would continue to deepen, and the way they interacted with each other would become more and more varied. Their influence on the structure of the region would be very dynamic, and the players would always be passionate. I knew about you the moment you arrived in Norios. Now that I've finally met you, you're even stronger than the rumors say. Rockfest took the initiative to extend his hand, and Han Shao shook his hand. He smiled and did not say anything, but a thought appeared in his mind. The preparation plan for version 2.0 required funds. In order to accommodate thousands of players, the hardware of the mercenary group would have to be upgraded, and all of this would require money. If he could find a financial backer like Ames, he might have more funds. Because Han Shao was used to being alone in his previous life, he only had some understanding of the cooperation between the guilds and the NPC factions. He had never tried it himself, and all the funds in the plan had to be earned by himself. However, at this moment, he had a new idea. The influence of a faction might be more useful than he had thought. All along, Han Zhao's core business had been to earn money from the players to support himself and his faction. However, he could think of a new way of thinking. While harvesting the wallets of the players, he could make the NPCs take the initiative to fork out money. With a flash of inspiration, a new idea appeared in his mind, and Han Zhao immediately became excited. This idea could not be implemented now, but when version 2.0 started, he might be able to greatly increase the benefits that the players brought him. Of course, the prerequisite was that everything developed according to plan. Your Excellency Rockfest, I actually have a favor to ask of you. I hope that we can arrange another time to discuss it in detail, Han Zhao said. Rockfest nodded and said, "All right, I'll give you my private number. After this matter is settled, we can discuss it in detail." After reaching a consensus, the compensation would be borne by Ghidorah alone. Rockfest arranged for an absolutely safe stronghold for everyone to stay in before Ghidorah's reinforcements arrived. Eroshia brought Oven along to meet up with the rest. Oven had escaped death and heaved a sigh of relief. As for the teleportation mage, he left after receiving his reward. He did not want to have anything to do with this bunch of jinxes. Over the next few days, the impact of this incident began to spread rapidly. All sorts of galactic news reported about this incident, and the headlines were more shocking than the previous. Through these media outlets, the news of Ghidorah and Darkstar battle and a calamity-grade super dies quickly spread like wildfire. The truth of the matter was not revealed, and the news only reported a portion of the process and results. However, it still caused a huge commotion. In the infamous list of evil organizations in the Shattered Star Ring, Darkstar was not the strongest organization, but it was the most radical one. Who knew how many civilizations in the Garten Star system had been destroyed by them, causing countless citizens to lose their homes, dragging down Ghidorah. However, there were very few news of direct conflicts. This time, a powerful Darkstar member had died in battle in front of everyone, and everyone was overjoyed. As the news spread, Han Zhao's reputation interface continuously showed that his fame had increased. Just like the previous time, the increase covered all sorts of star clusters. In most areas, his fame had reached small fame, and in the Garten Star system, which he was often active in, his fame had reached famous. In the eyes of most galactic residents, AIM's strength was the only reason Floating Dragon was maintained. However, most of the officers under her had limited fame, and they did not have any activities in the outside world. In this aspect, she was far inferior to the other 3 beyond Grade A bosses. The other 3 beyond Grade A bosses had elite soldiers and powerful generals, and they had countless experts under them. Ames, on the other hand, was like a commander without an army. Even without a leader, the other 3 beyond Grade A organizations in the Shattered Star Ring were still powerful organizations that dominated an area. Floating Dragon was far inferior to them. In the previous incident where Ames smashed the Darkstar mothership, the public's focus was more on Ames' strong performance and the fact that Blackstar was a new member of Floating Dragon. However, this time, the news was created by Blackstar, and the strength he displayed was even stronger than before. Many galactic residents and organizations who were paying attention to this matter had the same thought. Ames is starting to have officers who can take charge of things on their own. Oh my god, this is not easy. Ghidorah understood more details, and Nagajan reported the specific situation. The intelligence department of the War Bureau immediately increased the importance of Han Zhao, including the previous incident where he had captured the Darkstar mothership. This was already the second time that Blackstar had attacked Darkstar. It could be said that he was on the side of Ghidorah. Furthermore, he had even helped Nagajan kill Anner, which was a great help to them. After this battle, Nagajan placed a lot of importance on Han Zhao. In the past few days, Han Zhao had been trying to get closer to Nagajan. This was also the reason why he had accepted this mission. Getting to know Nagajan meant that he had obtained a channel to directly contact the upper echelons of Ghidorah. After waiting for a few days, Ghidorah's fleet arrived in Norios, and this incident finally came to an end. Nagajan brought Oven to the dock, where Ghidorah's huge fleet was docked. Before leaving, Oven took the initiative to shake hands with Han Shao and said, "You saved my life, and I owe you a favor. If you need my help one day, I will do my best." Nagajan nodded at Han Shao and said, "It was a very pleasant experience to work with you. The War Bureau will pay the reward for this time. I hope that we will have a chance to work together again in the future." Han Shao smiled and said, "Don't worry, we will meet again very soon." Nagakin was stunned for a moment. He thought that Han Shao was just being polite and did not say anything. He boarded the ship with Alvin, and the fleet quickly turned into a stream of light and disappeared into the universe. Nagajan's request has been completed. You have received 5,800,000 experience, 24,000 Anas, plus 850 Ghidorah faction relationship. Ghidorah civilization, respect 3, 190/6000, plus 30 Nagajan favorability, plus 30 Oven favorability. One operation gave me close to 2,000 faction favorability. My relationship with Ghidorah has risen to respect. This is not bad. Closing the notification on the interface, Han Shao stopped smiling. Originally, Nagajan would have been crippled, and Oven would not have survived. However, the fate of these two had been changed by him, and Darkstar would pay more attention to him. He did not know how they would react. "Where are we going now?" Haluz asked, and all the officers looked at Han Shao. Han Shao stroked his chin. Before the version update, he had set 2 goals. One was promotion, and now that the promotion was completed, he finally had some free time. It was time to start on the second goal, which was to prepare for version 2.0. This was a huge project. Chapter 489. Then, Floating Dragon Island's Black Star. What exactly do you need from me? Once again, Han Shao came to Rockfest Mansion. This time, he met with Rockfest alone. The two of them sat opposite each other, and the servants served tea and drinks. After chatting for a while, Rockfest went straight to the point. "My time is precious. If you have any requests, feel free to tell me." Han Shao put down his cup, leaned forward, and said, "Then I'll be direct. My mercenary group is Floating Dragon's field team, and it has been operating for a year and a half. It's time to expand and increase the scale. I bear the name of Ames on my shoulders, and I can't continue doing small things. Large armies like Sky Ring and Blades are the direction that Black Star is building toward. The stronger the field team is, the stronger Floating Dragon will be. Thus, I need some financial support to build a base that belongs solely to my mercenary group, not a temporary stronghold that I rented." The core of his version 2.0 preparation plan was to expand his faction and then guide the Blue Star players to join his mercenary group during the mutation disaster. Ghidorah and Darkstar were both competitors, and the players only needed to choose between the two factions. However, Han Shao wanted to be a third party and provide a new path for the players. Thus, other than the original righteous and evil, there was also the neutral that he represented. Because of this, problems arose one after another. In order to accommodate thousands of players, the hardware of his faction had to be greatly upgraded. Otherwise, he would not be able to accept and attract more members. The most important factor in attracting players was benefits. Even if Pork Bun's show had nurtured a large number of people who yearned to join his mercenary group, it would not last long. Thus, providing the players with mission resources was the key. Han Shao had long planned for this. When he first established his mercenary group, he wanted to be the middleman for mission distribution, connecting the employers and players. He wanted to use the boundless mission resources in the mercenary world to nurture his faction, retain the players, and build up the reputation of his mercenary group. Other than the characteristics of a mercenary group itself, he also had plans for the NPC resource lands. There were countless ways to give benefits. Apart from the quest resources, another important factor was the faction specialties. Apart from the fact that he was a money-sucking job class, knowledge and skills mechanical creations were naturally his specialty. However, it was impossible for him to complete a large number of orders by himself. Thus, he had to consider the problem of mass production. He had to start assembling an assembly line and build his own military factory. With his current knowledge and manufacturing standards, it was just barely possible for him to create an assembly line. This led to the second question: where should the assembly line be located? If a mercenary group were to accept so many players, they would need to have a large, fixed, and exclusive stronghold, which was equivalent to a faction's main city. Otherwise, it would not be beneficial for them to develop a sense of belonging. Only when they had their own main city would they be like a proper army. Even professional guerrilla fighters would still pay attention to a village surrounding a city. The stronghold's location, security, resources, functions, and so on were all problems. Thus, the third problem was naturally raised, which was transportation. Since the number of members under his command had increased tremendously, traveling would be a problem. It would not be good for the players to continuously order spaceships, and it would not be beneficial for maintaining the popularity of the main city. He had to have a faction's own spaceship or reach a long-term cooperation agreement with some galactic travel agencies. These were only the basic problems, and there were many more miscellaneous problems, such as finding a stable supplier of raw materials, contacting a construction team, and so on. Expanding the faction was like expanding the scale of a company. In order to increase the scope of the business, a lot of preparations had to be made, and everything required money. Including the reward from Nagajan, Han Xiao still had more than 500,000 anas left in his bank account. He had counted with his fingers a few days ago and felt that this amount of money was not enough. Thus, meeting Rockfest at this time was to solicit investment. Expanding the size of the field team. Rockfest narrowed his eyes. Is this Ames' idea? Ames has never been in charge of anything, and you should know that. I am the person in charge of the field team, and this is a plan that I am currently preparing, Han Xiao said. I could tell that it wasn't her idea. Rockfest changed his posture, appearing more imposing. With a smile that wasn't a smile, he asked, "Then how much do you want? How much are you willing to give?" Han Xiao threw the question back. Rockfest immediately changed the topic. So far, I have provided 9 funds to Floating Dragon, totaling around 24 million anas. This will not be the final number, and I still have the intention of investing in Floating Dragon. Jenny and I are old acquaintances, and the returns she gives me are the reason why I am determined to invest. Enjoying Ames' reputation has allowed me to earn a satisfying profit from other channels. Following which, he shut his mouth and looked at Han Xiao with a smile. What he was trying to say was, what can you give me in return? Through investing in Floating Dragon, he had obtained some sort of permission from Jenny to share a portion of Ames' influence. Then, he would use this opportunity to start business negotiations or political activities. This was equivalent to using an investment to exchange for the influence of an expert, and then using that influence to generate money. Over time, he would only earn more than what he invested. Thus, the question was, why should he invest in Floating Dragon's field team? Furthermore, this was only Han Zhao's personal plan. If it was Ames' idea, he would give the money. Blackstar did not have that much influence. Want to repay? Han Xiao smiled and suddenly said, I believe that you have intelligence on me. Then, you must know that I have some undying warriors under me. Rockfest nodded and said, I also noticed that they are not with you right now. They are natural mercenaries, and their numbers are far beyond your imagination. I know all of them, and expanding the scale is naturally not just about the infrastructure, but also the number of members. I do not need to hire other mercenaries from the free market. They are the targets that I have my eyes on. If you invest, I can quickly expand the scale and become a large mercenary group. At that time, I will give you a satisfactory return. Even if you have Jenny's permission, sometimes you will need Floating Dragon's combat troops to appear personally to help you convince your competitors, right? Or a large mercenary group that is willing to accept your free employment. Han Xiao chose to reveal a portion of the situation. To convince investors, he had to describe the prospects of the project. Although there was a stock market in the galaxy, a mercenary group was far from reaching the threshold. Naturally, they did not have the qualifications to gain something without risking anything. Furthermore, he was not afraid of revealing the existence of the players. The players would enter the galaxy sooner or later, and by then, everyone would know. During the version update period, even if he told Rockfest some information, the other party would not be able to do anything. After all, not even a strand of hair of the players could be found. This was a new idea that he had recently thought of, to let the NPCs recognize the potential of the players and attract them to take the initiative to invest. This meeting was a small test, and he was testing the feasibility of this idea. Rockfest was skeptical and fell in a deep thought. Han Zhao's suggestion had piqued his interest. Helping Floating Dragon build a field team might be a good project, but while Blackstar was also a member of Floating Dragon, he did not trust him enough to invest in him. Han Zhao had thought that he would have to wait for a while, but in less than 10 seconds, Rockfest had already made a decision. The head of this financial group was extremely decisive. "I won't give you any funding. That's a pity. You missed out on a project that has far greater returns than the investment." Han Zhao shook his head. This time, Rockfest changed the topic. "However, I can give you a loan. For million anas for 3 years. On account of Floating Dragon, I will give you a simple interest rate. If you repay the loan within a year, I will not charge you any interest. If you repay the loan within 2 years, I will charge you 10% interest, which is 400,000 anas. If you repay the loan within 2 years, 20% interest, which is 800,000 anas. If you repay the loan within 3 years, 40% interest, which is 1,600,000 anas. These are my conditions." Han Zhao's mouth twitched. This interest rate was a little too high. If it was within a year, it would be fine, but if it was more than 3 years, it would be equivalent to a loan shark. Rockfest was only willing to lend him money because he had Floating Dragon's background as a guarantee. Being rich was truly, "All right, I'll agree." Han Zhao nodded. He was not worried about returning the loan. Version 2.0 would be released within a year, and as long as the players returned, they would probably be able to count the money until their brains cramped. Not to mention returning the loan. Even if he bought the Norio's financial group, he would still, cough cough, he was too excited. This was still not something he could afford. Rockfest took out his communicator and opened a loan document. Both parties signed it. This document had a legal effect, and it was backed up in the files of many civilizations that they were familiar with. It was protected by the laws of those civilizations. In Han Zhao's previous life, some player guilds had been greedy and refused to return the loan. As a result, their relationship with those civilizations had plummeted, and the upper limit of faction favorability had been reduced to 2,999 points. This meant that they would never be able to reach respected status, and their personal trust level would decrease. If a guild wanted to obtain a loan, they would have to put in a lot of effort to increase their faction favorability. If they did not return the loan, all of their accumulated relationships would be ruined. As long as a guild had foresight, they would not do something so short-sighted as to break the contract. Han Zhao did not have any thoughts of breaking the contract. Ding! Han Zhao received a transfer to his account. Looking at it, the amount had changed to 4,581,010. Rockfest gave the money without hesitation. For a tycoon who could spend over 7 million to buy expensive accessories, this small investment was nothing to him. However, to Han Zhao, this was a huge sum of starting capital. "Then, I look forward to working with you." Standing up, Han Zhao shook hands with Rockfest before being led out of the mansion by the butler. He returned directly to the hotel where Haluz and the others were staying. After supervising Sylvia's homework for a while, he returned to his room to think about it. "I really got the investment. Looks like the faction's influence is greater than I thought. Now that I have the starting capital, I just need to choose a good place to start building the headquarters. What planet would be good? It has to be not far from Blue Star, but it has to be close to the galaxy." Beep, beep, beep. Just as he was thinking, his communicator rang. It was a call from head supervisor Jenny. Her expression was unfriendly, and the first thing she said after picking up the call was a question. "Rockfest told me that you privately applied for a loan from him. Why didn't you inform me beforehand? Jenny, would you agree? Don't call me Jenny. You should call me head supervisor. Of course, I wouldn't agree. Jenny's tone was firm. She had always insisted on being content with her own territory. Building a field team was an unnecessary expense to her. Ames had never needed a strong armed force. Then, why should I tell you? Han Xiao shrugged. He understood Jenny. Jenny was in charge of finance and business, and she had a strong desire for control. She would not agree to the expansion of the field team. Although they were both officers of the same faction, there was a conflict between their ideals and business. Of course, the core conflict was that Jenny did not trust him enough. After all, he was a mercenary who had only joined Floating Dragon halfway. Chapter 490. Jenny's attitude was very forceful and aggressive, as though she would not let him off easily if he did not listen to her. However, Han Technician did not fall for this. He would not return the money. He briefly explained the benefits of doing this to Floating Dragon. As for whether Jenny would accept it or not, he did not care and directly hung up the communication. This action made Jenny extremely angry. She had a strong desire for control, and Han Zhao's actions did not go through her permission. This made her feel that her position as the head supervisor was being challenged, and she even started to doubt Han Zhao's loyalty. Ames was a boss who did not do anything, and all of Floating Dragon's matters were left to her to manage. Therefore, she was responsible for most of the consequences of Floating Dragon's decisions. She had a lot of power, and Ames trusted Jenny. All of the members of Floating Dragon would listen to Jenny's management. Black Star had joined Floating Dragon for more than a year, and he had always kept a low profile. However, when he suddenly made such a move, Jenny's sensitive nerves were immediately provoked, and she became vigilant. She did not trust all of the other officers because she was the only one who was related to Ames. Subconsciously, she was the only one who was related to Ames. The others were all outsiders. Han Xiao hung up the communication, and Jenny did not hesitate to turn around and report to Ames. She explained the situation in detail and expressed her opinion. She felt that Han Zhao's field team was too free and needed to be restricted. It would be best to transfer him back to Floating Dragon's headquarters and remove the field team. She felt that since Floating Dragon was neutral, having the Dragon Emperor as a symbol was enough. There was no need to form an armed force that operated outside. Under normal circumstances, Ames would not reject her suggestion, but this time, Ames rejected her. You're too nervous. It's just some money, so there's no need to make a fuss. I trust Black Star. He's a reliable person, and I gave him the authority to move freely. As long as he doesn't become a wanted criminal, you don't have to inform me. If there's nothing else, I'm hanging up. But Katja. Ames hung up the call, leaving behind a stunned Jenny. She held the communicator in her hand and was at a loss. She didn't expect Ames to reject her so straightforwardly. This had never happened before. Because Han Xiao caught Aesop, Ames's trust in him skyrocketed. Although it was not as good as Jenny, who had been with him for many years, it was far beyond the scope of ordinary subordinates. Without Ames's approval, Jenny found that she couldn't do anything to Han Xiao. She was instantly flustered and exasperated, and the veins on her forehead throbbed. She took a deep breath, took off her glasses, closed her eyes, and rubbed the bridge of her nose with her fingers. She slowly calmed down, and when she opened her eyes again, they were full of seriousness. Ames's rejection made Jenny feel that her position was threatened, and a sense of urgency surged into her heart. Han Xiao naturally didn't know that this small conflict had caused Jenny to mistakenly think that Han Xiao wanted to compete with her. However, even if he knew, he wouldn't care. After weighing the pros and cons, the startup funds for Plan 2.0 were naturally more important. The version update was less than a year away, and this period of time was used to build the mercenary group's base. The location of the base was very important, and Han Xiao wouldn't choose a barren planet. He had to set up camp on a prosperous planet so that he could share the NPC resources of the planet and use the geographical location to make up for the lack of NPCs in the base. After searching through the star map of the Garden Star system for half a day, he finally chose a planet in Ghidorah's territory called Planet Golden Gate. It was very close to Uberly Hub and could quickly reach the star zone where Blue Star was located. This meant that transportation was convenient, and the planet itself was prosperous enough. From the perspective of the players, this planet had all the necessary functions: shops, entertainment, missions. The reason he chose this planet was because he had a good impression of Ghidorah's faction, and it would be easier to do things. There were also discounts. Secondly, it would reduce the cost of setting up weapons. Ghidorah's territory had a powerful fleet, and Darkstar would not cause trouble there. After killing Anner not long ago, Han Shao decided to prioritize safety. Furthermore, this was Ghidorah's territory, and he could filter out players who joined Darkstar. With the example of the Germinal organization, Han Shao did not want a bunch of spies to appear in his base. Among all the planets to be chosen, Planet Golden Gate was one of the top choices. After choosing his target, Han Shao did not waste any time and left Norios with everyone. With Rista joining the team, the Blacklight stealth became everyone's ride. It was extremely fast and agile, and they were no longer afraid of being intercepted or surrounded. Planet Golden Gate was not a large planet, but because it was located near Uberly Hub, it was very prosperous. There were many cities on Planet Golden Gate, and one needed to obtain a permit to build a base there. The Black Star Mercenary had a high reputation in the Garden Star system, and they had a good relationship with Ghidorah, so there were no problems in obtaining a permit. After spending a large sum of money, they were able to purchase a piece of land. In the Galactic Era, the efficiency of obtaining a permit was extremely fast. Furthermore, the universe was so huge and the population was sparse. The housing price of a normal colonial planet was unbelievably low. With the funds he had on hand, he did not have the intention to build a large main city. He did not have enough manpower, and he did not have enough money. What he needed was the first fixed base for his mercenary group. As for the structure of the base, it had to be large enough. Other than providing an area for the players to move around, there had to be space for the military factory. Secondly, it had to be divided into different areas so that the players would not get lost in the base. Furthermore, there had to be different functions for each area, and the exterior had to be grand. After all, it was a temporary main city for his faction, and it had to look more high-end. The amount of work required to build the base was too large, and Han Shao naturally did not do it personally. He contacted a construction team to design the blueprint, start the construction, purchase the raw materials, and transport the base. All of these required a large amount of funds. While he was building the first base for his mercenary group, Ashes finally returned to the Darkstar headquarters. The upper echelons of Darkstar held an official meeting regarding the Norios incident. In the Darkstar headquarters, more than 10 upper echelons were gathered together. Some were present personally, while others were present through virtual avatars. All of them covered their faces and sat around the table. The people in this room were the highest echelons of Darkstar. There were Calamity-grade supers, fleet commanders, and people in charge of logistics, intelligence, research, and so on. The identities of most of them were secrets that were not known by outsiders. The atmosphere was heavy. The traitor had survived, and the identities that they had been hiding were likely to be exposed. Everyone was in a terrible mood. Ashes was also in the room. After reaching the Calamity grade, he finally had the qualifications to sit at the table and join the ranks of the upper echelons. However, the other upper echelons would look at him unkindly from time to time. Because the mission had failed, everyone had to bear the risk of their identities being exposed. They could not help but blame Ashes, who was the only one who had returned. Sensing the gazes of the others, Ashes knew that he was in the wrong and could only remain silent. Beside him was an empty chair. This seat originally belonged to Anner, but it had now lost its owner. His respected teacher had died an unnatural death. Every time he saw the empty chair, Ashes would subconsciously think of Han Shao. His anger would then surge, and he could only barely suppress it. After a long period of silence, the leader of Darkstar said Anner died in battle, and the traitor was taken away by Ghidorah. This mission was a complete failure. Before the traitor touched the core information, I froze his authority. He only has a portion of the information, And this is the only good news. The person in charge of the intelligence department said with a hoarse voice. Does the traitor know about the mutation virus? No, he does not know about our mission. This is a secret with a higher authority. That's good. This plan is an important part of our strategy, and there must not be any mistakes. There is not much time left until the outbreak of the mutation virus. At that time, Ghidorah will have no choice but to send out a large number of people to protect the civilizations under their jurisdiction. The leader of Darkstar paused for a moment and did not continue this topic. I am very disappointed with the outcome of this mission. Not only did we let the traitor go, we even lost a calamity-grade elder. Ashes, you have let me down. Ashes clenched his fists tightly and said with a deep voice, there was an accident during the mission. You mean that as long as an accident occurs, you will not be able to deal with it? Ashes could feel the coldness in the leader's voice and lowered his head, not replying. At this moment, another upper echelon said, this is your first mission after becoming a grade A, and you are actually so shameful. Do you not feel ashamed? I really doubt if you have the right to enter this room. The person who spoke was the same as Anner, another calamity-grade elder. In fact, he had even more prestige. He was the vice leader, the right-hand man of the Darkstar leader. Ashes clenched his fists even tighter, but he did not retort. After becoming a calamity-grade super, he had been full of himself. However, he had failed miserably, and even he was starting to doubt himself. I have seen the mission report. Ghidorah's Nagajan worked together with a mercenary to kill Anner. That mercenary is called Black Star. The leader of Darkstar opened the topic and did not allow the others to continue blaming Ashes. It was enough that he had pointed it out, and there was no need to continue humiliating him. Kill him. Ashes did not hesitate. He is one of AIM's men, and I do not wish to have a conflict with someone like the Dragon Emperor before the mutation virus plan begins. The leader of Darkstar said with a deep voice, I will make that mercenary pay the price, but not now. He has gone against us time and time again, causing huge losses. This is an enemy that must be eliminated, and we cannot wait any longer. Ashes could not help but retort. He wished that he could turn Han Shao into ashes. My intel shows that Black Star has built a base on planet Golden Gate, and that is Ghidorah's territory. If we want to get rid of him, we will have to mobilize a large number of fleets. Do you wish to interfere with the plan of the organization by clashing with Ghidorah at this juncture? This is worth it. Ashes clenched his teeth and was unwilling to give up. Enough. The leader of Darkstar interrupted Ashes. From now on, stop all external activities until the mutation virus erupts. I do not wish to repeat myself. The meeting ends here. Chapter 491. Garden Star System, Planet Golden Gate. The construction of the Black Star base was in full swing. The construction team that Han Shao had contacted was a professional construction company. In the galactic era, the efficiency of building buildings was extremely high, and the equipment was almost completely automated. Laying the foundation, applying cement, building walls, laying cables, and other time-consuming tasks could be completed quickly. As long as the raw materials were in place, the construction team would be able to build the building according to the blueprint in a short amount of time. More than 10 days passed in the blink of an eye, and a steel base rose from the ground. This base was large enough to accommodate around 70 to 80,000 people, and the terrain was simple. According to the blueprint, the base was split into a few functional areas. However, the construction had not started yet, and the base was still an empty shell. With 5 million anas, Han Shao was no longer short on cash. He did some calculations. He wanted to build an assembly line for the military factory, set up the basic equipment for the base, and build a mainframe to control the base. He had to build all of these himself, and he mainly had to spend money on the materials. Next, he had to solve the transportation problem. Buying spaceships was too expensive, so he was prepared to work with some galactic travel agencies and rent their spaceships for a long time. After deducting these expenses, he still had about 2 to 3 million anas left. The transportation problem was not urgent, and it would only be useful when the players returned. Han Shao first started to build an assembly line. Assembling an assembly line was the prerequisite for the army style, and it required a lot of advanced knowledge and corresponding high-end knowledge. Han Xiao had already learned most of the advanced knowledge, and his huge amount of funds allowed him to buy new high-end knowledge. He spent a few 100,000 anas to buy the high-end knowledge of the armed class, huge duplex machinery technology. This knowledge was one of the prerequisites for building super-large machinery, such as battleships. Based on the knowledge in his memory, he fused the key blueprint, automated mass assembly plan, which was the blueprint of an assembly line. This was the core of the army style. As long as the raw materials were put in, the assembly line would be able to automatically mass produce, saving time and energy, but not money. The assembly line was a special type of blueprint that could not be created by itself. If a player used the assembly line blueprint, they would first trigger the assembly line blueprint, causing it to enter an active state. Then, they would use the blueprint of another type of machine to create the assembly line of that machine. The assembly process of every machine was different. For example, the assembly of the Rangers and the assembly of the Black Panther mechanical beasts were different. Therefore, the assembly lines of different machines had to be built separately, and the raw materials would change according to the composition of the target machine. This was enough to make any player's wallet feel despair. Otherwise, why would the army style be said to be the fastest way to burn money? Currently, Han Zhao's main combat system was the Third Company of Workers, which focused on low cost. It was still far from the true army style. The main reason was that he did not have much money to burn back then, so he was extremely bored. Now that he had ample funds on hand, he could finally put the plan of building an army style on the agenda. After all, the combat power of a mechanic was directly related to money. Han Zhao's secondary profession, ordnance engineer, had the specialty ordnance mass production experience. It was a skill that could reduce the cost of assembly lines and increase the quality of products. Other than building a large-scale mech legion, the other goal of the assembly line was to mass-produce equipment that the players were willing to buy. When the time came, they would sell it on a large scale. Then, he would open branches, and one branch would become two branches would become four branches would become 8 branches, and after 8 branches, they would be listed on the stock market. Then, they would be listed separately, and just the dividends would be, cough, cough. That was the general idea. Just thinking about it made the great mechanic Han's mood feel like the sun was shining brightly on a sunny day. The higher the grade of the machine, the more complicated the assembly line would be. Even with Han Zhao's current assembly speed using mechanical force, it would take him a few days to complete an assembly line. Therefore, the assembly line of the machine was very important. After thinking about it, he decided to focus on low-grade machines because his level was too much higher than the players. To him, they were low-grade machines, but they were suitable for players around LV60. As for high-quality machines, there was no need for an assembly line. Han Xiao was currently LV-116. Because he had encountered the Norios incident after his promotion, he did not have the time to upgrade his core machines. Building a base happened to be a long-term job, so he had plenty of time to upgrade. Because of Anner's reward, the experience in his interface had increased to more than 300 million. He first raised the automated mass production and assembly plan to the maximum level, greatly reducing the cost. Then, he gambled on a large number of different low-grade machines and chose suitable blueprints to build an assembly line. With his understanding of the mechanic class and the players, he could guarantee that the machines he mass-produced would all be useful. The assembly line was a big project. Before this, he had built a mainframe for the base and let Philip manage the base. The first assembly line he built was the assistant robot production line. Letting Philip, an artificial intelligence, control the assistant robot would be very useful. It would be equivalent to killing the farmers at the start of the game. Philip followed the blueprints he had left behind and ordered more and more assistant robots to complete the layout of the different areas of the base, adding furniture, access doors, equipment, and other miscellaneous things. Han Xiao did not have to watch over them personally. The preparation plan for version 2.0 required everyone to stay in the base for a long time. Haluz did not have any objections. He believed that Han Xiao had a plan, and the others did not have any objections either. For example, the three Volga brothers and Sylvia could do anything with Han Xiao. Fu Ding would not leave before he completely suppressed Morningstar. Rista was very patient. He had waited for so many years, so he did not mind waiting a little longer. He also did not mind letting Han Xiao use his body. Woolsander returned to Floating Dragon, and only Han Xiao and the others were left. Han Xiao was very clear that Floating Dragon definitely knew about his actions in building the base, but Ames did not ask about it. This meant that Ames allowed him to strengthen the armed forces, and this trust made him feel gratified. Because they needed to build the base, Han Xiao's core team stopped accepting jobs. Only the Sunil team was still active. The news spread very quickly in the galaxy, and the news of Han Xiao building a base was interpreted differently by many organizations. They felt that this was a signal. Could it be that the Dragon Emperor had finally started to strengthen the armed forces under her command like the other three beyond Grade A supers? All along, Han Xiao's Floating Dragon field team had more symbolic meaning than actual meaning. This action immediately made many organizations pay close attention to it. The construction of the base progressed step by step. Time passed, and the sun rose and set. As time passed, all the planets where Darkstar had secretly placed the mutation source began to slowly awaken from their slumber. That's how it is. In the past 2 days, there have been more than 2,700 riots in the world, and more than 100,000 people have been involved. This is only the situation that we have detected. The Intelligence Department has investigated the identities of all the rioters. The rioters are from all walks of life, and they are scattered in different cities. There were no signs before the riots, and there is no pattern to follow. Currently, most of the rioters have been detained by the law enforcement agencies of the Six Nations, and the reason is being investigated. A Darknet intelligence officer was reading the report. Bennett sat on the chair and frowned. He was slightly older than 2 years ago. After Han Xiao left, the social environment of Blue Star had finally calmed down. The Six Nations had rested and stopped fighting, and the refugees had found a place to go. However, in the past 2 days, riots had suddenly occurred in many areas of Blue Star. The number of cases was high, and it immediately attracted the attention of the Six Nations and Bennett. Your Excellency, we have sorted out the process of all the riots and found a common point. The intelligence officer swallowed a mouthful of saliva, and his tone was filled with fear. Speak, Bennett said with a deep voice. All the riots can be divided into 3 batches, and the time of each batch is almost exactly the same. This means that within a 10-second interval, riots occurred in hundreds of different locations around the world at the same time. It is as though they had agreed to it beforehand. However, we have checked the network records, and these people did not contact each other privately. Bennett's eyes narrowed. This situation was too abnormal. The intelligence officer's palms were sweaty, and he continued with difficulty. Furthermore, the locations of the riots included a few of our shelters. Many of the refugees that we have taken and also rioted. How are the conditions of those refugees? The refugees that we have taken and have fever all over their bodies, and they are unconscious. The results of the doctor's examination show that their brains are abnormally active, causing their organs to produce hormones that far exceed normal levels. According to the intelligence of our informants, the rioters that the Six Nations have captured are also in the same situation. Bennett was shocked and angry at the same time. Everyone is unconscious? Are they infected with the same infectious disease? Not everyone. A small portion of the detained refugees have already woken up. They clearly remember the entire process, and their testimonies are shockingly consistent. They all said that they suddenly felt a strong sense of anger and wanted to destroy something to vent their anger. Our doctors checked the bodies of these people who have woken up, but they did not detect any abnormalities. There are no problems with their physiological indicators. Even the fever that they had when they were unconscious has disappeared, and everything has become normal. We can't find out what is going on, so we have quarantined these people. So far, there have been no riots for 18 hours. Is quarantining really useful? The groups of the three large-scale riots are completely different, and there is no warning. If this is really an unknown virus that cannot be detected, I am afraid that the number of infected people. Thinking of this, Bennett could not help but take a deep breath. His expression was ugly. He had a strong feeling that this matter was not so simple. The war is over, and the world has finally ushered in peace. Why did this happen? Suddenly, he thought of Han Xiao and the catastrophe prophecy that Han Xiao had left behind before he left. The current situation was very similar to what Han Xiao had described. Could it be that what Black Phantom said was true? Clang! Bennett stood up suddenly, knocked over the chair, put on his coat, and hurried out of the room. Chapter 492. The plane landed on the tarmac of Sanctuary 3. Bennett adjusted his collar, adjusted his hat, and got off the plane. Looking around, everything was peaceful. There were no riots here yet. A group of men in black stood on the tarmac. The current person in charge of Sanctuary 3, Huang Yu, had been waiting there for a long time with his subordinates. "You could have just called if you needed anything," Huang Yu said respectfully. "You didn't have to come here personally." Bennett waved his hand and signaled for Huang Yu to lead the way. "I need to meet a few people. It's urgent. Have you informed them?" "I did as you instructed. They're waiting for you in the meeting room." The group came to the core area of the sanctuary. After passing through the complicated corridors, they arrived at the meeting room. Bennett asked the bodyguards to wait outside and walked into the meeting room with Huang Yu. There were 3 women in the room. They were Hela, Aurora, and Yi Yeching. They all turned around and focused their eyes on Bennett. "Your Excellency." Hela was expressionless. She nodded slightly. Aurora was not squeezed, so Hela did not go to the extreme. Although she was still cold, she was not stingy with her respect for someone like Bennett. "Let's cut to the chase. I still have 2 experiments to do today. Why did you call us here?" Yi Yeching went straight to the point. Bennett's face was serious. He took out a few riot reports and distributed them to the 3 of them. "More than a year ago, you guys reported some unusual situations. I didn't pay attention to it then, but the current situation might be related to the phenomenon you guys mentioned. You guys are the talents left behind by Black Phantom, and you know about his disaster prediction. I want to know what you think." Because Hela and the other 2 were the talents that Han Xiao asked him to take care of, Bennett did not restrict their freedom. Before Han Xiao left, Hela kept saying that she would travel the world after Aurora recovered. However, Han Xiao disappeared for more than 2 years. Aurora had recovered, but Hela did not leave and stayed in the sanctuary. Bennett naturally wouldn't chase them away. Aurora's supernatural ability allowed her to sense life forms. The huge life form that she had detected back then had disappeared after a few days. However, Aurora had remembered the scent of this life form. This was one of the functions of her supernatural ability. She could record life forms like a unique barcode that she could easily distinguish. Although the giant life form was just a flash in the pan, she found that some of the creatures had the smell of the giant life form. This smell was constantly spreading, and more creatures were infected with the smell, regardless of whether they were plants or animals. Aurora's voice was timid as she slowly explained what she felt. Bennett's expression became more and more solemn. If this was really a virus, then at least 100 million people in the world had been infected. No, if ferocious beasts and a sea of plants were added into the mix, then the number of infections would be terrifying. Aurora looked at them and hesitated for a moment. Then, she mustered up her courage and pointed at Huang Yu. She whispered, "He also has that smell on him." Huang Yu's expression changed drastically as he hurriedly touched his body. I don't feel anything." Bennett clasped Huang Yu's shoulder and sent his energy into Huang Yu's body through his fingers. After probing back and forth a few times, Bennett released his hand and said in a deep voice, "I also can't sense any abnormalities. What kind of virus is this? Although I don't know how it works, it seems that only Aurora can tell who has been infected." Everyone looked at Aurora. Aurora trembled as her big eyes were filled with nervousness and expectation. She stammered, Can I help?" Bennett wanted to show a kind smile, But the situation was urgent, and he couldn't smile. He could only nod his head with a solemn face. Aurora was extremely happy. She had always been taken care of by others. She had long been looking forward to doing something to repay those who had helped her. Yeching flipped through the report. Not only was she not surprised, she was even excited. Sure enough, my senses were right. My research for a year wasn't in vain. As soon as she said that, everyone present immediately looked over with a surprised expression. What do you mean by that? Bennett asked. Follow me. Yeching stood up and impatiently walked out. The others had no choice but to follow her. After passing through the heavily guarded area, they arrived at Yeching's laboratory area. There was no one here. Even the guards didn't dare to stay here. They were afraid that inhaling some strange chemical fog would lead to coma, nervous disorder, hemiplegia, loss of fertility, and other adverse effects. Yeching brought them to an open-air greenhouse. This was a plant nursery. Yeching's ability was to control plants. Most of the raw materials for her drugs were the various plants that she had grown herself. In this nursery, there was only one kind of plant. Its shape was a fan-shaped green leaf that grew out of the soil. With such a normal appearance, if ordinary people saw it in the wild, they wouldn't give it a second glance. This is the Rhodian fan leaf. It grows in a harsh environment and is very difficult to artificially cultivate. It is an endangered plant. There are very few of them left in the world. However, the scarcity doesn't mean that it is very valuable. In fact, the Rhodian fan leaf has no medicinal properties. Its only use is to grind it into a paste and cook it before eating, as long as you're a herbivore. In short, this plant has almost no cultivation value. Yeching's simple introduction confused everyone, but you still cultivated so many. Why did you bring us to see this thing? Bennett asked. At this time, Aurora stretched out her finger and curiously touched a fan leaf. Suddenly, her eyes widened and she said in surprise, "These plants don't have that kind of smell." Bennett was shocked. He thought of something and his face was filled with surprise. "You are right. A year ago, I noticed that some plants were giving me the feeling of being spied on. It attracted my attention. I searched everywhere and found that this plant is the only plant that doesn't give off the feeling of being spied on. I don't know the specific reason for the feeling of being spied on, but I know that the Rhodian fan leaf can be immune to it, so I started cultivating it. The Rhodian fan leaf is extremely difficult to grow, and the seeds are rare. These fan leaves in front of you are all I have." Yeching confirmed everyone's guess. "Have you conducted any clinical trials?" "I have only experimented on plants. I extracted the juice of the Rhodian fan leaf and added some auxiliary materials to make a drug that can make the feeling of being spied on by other plants disappear for a period of time. It has a suppressive effect." "That's great. We don't have time to waste, and I don't know if the riots will happen again. I will get someone to send a portion of the isolated rioters over, and you can test the effects of the drug on them." Bennett was very decisive. At this time, he could not be bothered about the side effects of the drug. He was extremely glad that Yeching had made a plan in advance. At the very least, it was much better than the 6 nations that were at their wits' end. "All right, but there's something that I have to tell you first. Because the Rhodian fan leaf is very rare, the production of the drug is very limited. Furthermore, the amount of juice collected at one time cannot be too much, or the fan leaf will wither and die. It will not be able to be used for a long time, and it is extremely difficult to cultivate a single one." Yeching shrugged. In the storyline of his previous life, Yeching had only escaped from the Bell of Death Island after the mutation disaster had completely erupted. After a long period of research, she had finally developed the formula for the suppressive drug. However, Han Xiao had brought her out from the Bell of Death Island a long time ago and given her the freedom to research it. This time, due to the changes that Han Xiao had made to the storyline, she had developed the suppressive drug when the mutation disaster had just shown its first signs. The suppressive drug could not destroy the mutation disaster and could only temporarily suppress it. However, it was an extremely rare method to deal with a mutation disaster and was extremely important. In his previous life, the 6 nations had fought over Yeching in order to obtain the formula for the suppressive drug. Currently, Yetching was in Sanctuary 3 and was under the protection of Bennett. Whether or not this would cause the sanctuary to be targeted by the Six Nations was still unknown. However, Han Xiao, who was far away in space, had exchanged Yetching for a long-term plan. He wanted Sanctuary 3 to be the first place to develop the suppressive drug, which would attract the players to swarm over to the sanctuary. He had long predicted this step. Aurora had been saved by him, and she had not turned into paste. Her Esper ability allowed her to differentiate the infected, which was also an important factor in changing the storyline. As the mutation virus had an extremely strong latent ability, after the mutation disaster had erupted, everyone had become paranoid and worried that their companions would turn into enemies at any moment. There was no longer any trust to speak of. However, Aurora could at least prevent such a situation from happening in Sanctuary 3. In fact, many people would take the initiative to come to the sanctuary in search of this peace of mind. Under the influence of Han Xiao, Bennett and the others were able to react in advance. Han Technician had started planning for version 2.0 a long time ago, and the results were gradually showing. The few of them left the nursery. As they walked on the road, Hella suddenly asked, if this is the disaster that he predicted, will he come back like he promised? Everyone stopped in their tracks. Everyone there had a close relationship with Han Xiao. Every time Black Phantom was mentioned, their expressions would become very complicated. Maybe, Bennett sighed. Black Phantom had said that he had gone into the galaxy to find a solution to the disaster, but there had been no news from him for 2 years. They had no idea what Han Xiao had encountered in the galaxy. The galaxy was very mysterious to them. It was a higher and farther world, and it could also be said to be the real world. It made people curious, but at the same time, it made people flinch. Every time they looked up at the stars, they would think that Han Xiao was there, but there was no way to contact him. Until now, Bennett did not have much hope. Even Hella felt that the chances were slim. She took out the key that Han Xiao had left for her and held it in her hand. She lowered her eyes and covered the light in her eyes. He might never come back. Han Xiao, who was far away in the galaxy, did not purposely observe the situation in Blue Star. He had long known about the stages of the mutation disaster, and there was no need for him to see it with his own eyes. Time was money, and wasting time was wasting money. This was unacceptable. In version 2.0, the players would only descend after the mutation disaster had completely erupted. He had calculated the time, and the signs of the mutation disaster would only appear 1 or 2 months before the release of the version. Then, the virus would leave the incubation period, and the phenomenon would start to spread. In the end, it would turn into a disaster. This was an important juncture for the players to enter the galaxy. There were only a few chances in a player's life, and if he could grab hold of it, he would be able to soar. Han Xiao made his preparations step by step without any distractions. As Han Xiao's preparations were crossed off one by one. Chapter 493. The stars were shining brightly, and rivers of light surrounded them, brightening up the dark universe. The shining stars were incomparably distant, and every one of them represented a race, a civilization, and a thought. It was like looking down at the lights of tens of thousands of people from an airplane flying in the night sky. It was vast and boundless, yet full of vitality. Through the porthole, the outline of planet Golden Gate gradually became clearer. Spaceships of all shapes and sizes could be seen taking off and landing on this colonized planet of Godora. The aura of prosperity seemed to be able to spread out in space, and even those who were watching from afar could feel this prosperity. This was a medium-sized, long-distance travel spaceship, and it was a common model. It had a gray steel shell, a normal hyperdrive engine, and a secondary electromagnetic shield. The official price was between 750,000 to 900,000 ANAs, and second-hand spaceships were 30% cheaper. If one had connections in the shipbuilding factory, they could even buy it for 170,000 ANAs. There was a bright yellow crown on the side of the spaceship, and this was a rental spaceship that belonged to the Crown Galactic Travel Agency. A month ago, this travel agency had reached a long-term rental agreement with a Black Star mercenary for 13 spaceships. The rental fee was much lower than the selling price, but it was not cheap either. At this moment, this spaceship that temporarily belonged to the Black Star mercenary was carrying dozens of mercenaries, and they were flying toward planet Golden Gate. These mercenaries were the new members that had been recruited into the Black Star mercenary a few months ago. During the 1 year of preparation, after Han Xiao had completed the production line, he had made use of the reputation of the mercenary group to recruit hundreds of freelance mercenaries to increase the number of NPCs in the mercenary group. These new mercenaries have been split into different groups to make it easier to command them. To deal with the mutation disaster, just relying on Haluz and a few others would not be enough. There is no need to control the scale anymore, and the more people there were, the better. Han Technician had never been stingy with his initial investment, and he would feel uncomfortable if he did not spend money. Black Star suddenly gathered everyone. I wonder if there's some big operation going on. We are Floating Dragon's troops in name. Could it be that the Dragon Emperor has given us some orders? I've asked around, and no one knows what Black Star wants to do. Even the officers are not sure. Everyone else is here. We're the last to arrive. I hope we won't delay anything. While these mercenaries were chatting, the spaceship landed at the spaceport closest to the base on planet Golden Gate. Stepping on the ground, dozens of mercenaries of all shapes and sizes hurried on. Not long after, the group of them stopped in front of a huge base. This base was octagonal in shape and was surrounded by alloy walls that were filled with automatic cannons. The architectural style was that of a huge metal castle. Its black shell reflected the light of the sun, and its shape was like that of countless metal towers pieced together. More than a dozen tall metal obelisks pointed to the sky, like a dozen chips of uneven height. The structure of the building was angular, with a precise and tight mechanical feeling. In addition to a large area of iron gray, white and red paint extended along the edges, adding a slight sense of beauty to this heavy base. The blue light dots distributed on various facilities were full of a technological aura. This was the result of Han Zhao's 1 year of hard work. Black Star Base Number 1. The mercenaries came to the door, and a complicated verification interface popped up on the screen. After this group of people verified their identities as members of Black Star, the door slowly opened, and a synthesized voice sounded from the screen. Verification passed. Welcome back, Philip, how's your day? A mercenary joked. Work, can't chat, The group of people walked into the base. The layout of the interior was not complicated. In the middle was a huge space that was hollowed out, and metal bridges of different heights led to different areas. It was clear at a glance, like a beehive. This central area was called the mouth by the mercenaries. The base was too big, and even if there were tens of thousands of people, it would not be able to fill it. Furthermore, the mercenary group only had a few hundred people, so the interior of the base was very spacious. This group of mercenaries chatted as they walked toward the hall, and their voices echoed in the huge space. When they arrived at the hall of the base, they saw that a few hundred people were already waiting there. They were silent, and the atmosphere was solemn. The group of people stopped talking and hurriedly followed behind the group. The few hundred people present were all the current members of the mercenary group. They were all wearing different types of armor, carrying swords, knives, axes, hammers, guns, and cannons. They were tall, short, fat, thin, human, and beast. However, the one thing that they all had in common was that every single one of them exuded an elite aura. It was obvious that they had been through hundreds of battles and were not to be trifled with. At the front of the group, the officers under Black Star stood in a row, leaving only their backs to the few hundred people behind them. Haluz, who was wearing blue and white armor, Aroshia, who was glowing all over, the 3 Volga brothers who looked like they were made from the same mold, and the 3 new officers who joined a few months ago. Fu Ding and Sylvia stood further away. At this time, a hole appeared in the metal floor in front of everyone, and a figure appeared in front of everyone on the elevator. His black cloak fluttered in the wind, and he was wearing a compressed orb necklace, bracelet, earrings, and a pure black mask that covered his face. It was Han Xiao. After a year, Han Xiao had changed into a more imposing outfit and put on a mask like the German organization leader. He felt that he looked more handsome this way. After all, he was someone with a fixed business, so he had to look more cool. Furthermore, this pure black mask was a piece of mechanical equipment in itself. As soon as he appeared, everyone's eyes were focused on him, waiting for his instructions. "Is everyone here?" Han Xiao scanned the crowd, his eyes sweeping across the faces. These mercenaries were recruited by him personally. Floating Dragon's name and the reputation of the mercenary group were indeed useful. Most of them were strong lone wolves who had been through hundreds of battles and were very reliable. They could be split into 3 factions. One was the former freelance mercenaries who had not joined a group, one was the Senile team, and one was the battle alliance that one of the new officers had brought. After the construction of the base was completed, he did not stay in the base all the time. Instead, he took the time to travel to different planets and recruited 3 new officers based on his memories and intelligence. They were all famous people in his previous life. Serene, a Sunil, a gray-bee pugilist. He was wearing a white hooded combat robe. The material looked soft, but it was actually engraved with defensive enchantments. His face was hidden in the shadow of the hood, and there were 2 sword handles on his waist that could be ejected at any time. When they first met, this appearance almost made Han Xiao think that he had run out of XX Creed. This person was the other grade B super of the Guardian faction of the Sunil civilization who was still working for the race. Back then, when Furness brought his people and left the race, Serend was not included. He was quiet, just like his fast and strange pugilist style. He was like an assassin hiding in the shadows, the complete opposite of Herlu's pugilist style. Han Xiao found the lone Serend and sent him an invitation. As the reputation of the Black Star mercenary increased, more and more Sunil supers joined the Black Star mercenary group. It was safe and earned more money. It could also be said that Han Xiao had given them protection. Under Herlu's persuasion, Serend accepted Han Xiao's invitation and moved together. The Sunil team was now led by Herlu's and Serend. The second new officer was Jeanette Conlon. She was a female space human and a grade B cannon master. She carried all kinds of heavy firearms all over her body, and the heavy machinery covered her tall and sexy body. She worshipped the belief that firepower was supreme. Jeanette was a rather famous lone wolf mercenary. In Han Zhao's previous life, she had joined the Sky Ring army and became one of the most famous figures. When Han Xiao was collecting information on the freelance mercenaries, he had seen her. Thus, he had the idea to secretly poach Jeanette from the Sky Ring army and poach her into his mercenary group. Of course, the process was not smooth. Jeanette had a fiery temper, and she did not even care about Floating Dragon. Han Xiao had come up with a small plan and purposely interfered with one of Jeanette's missions, creating a situation where the two of them had a conflict, and naturally, they had fought. Han Xiao had defeated her a few times before Jeanette finally gave in and was recruited into the Black Star Mercenary. Han Xiao had promised to provide her with heavy weapons at a low price. Jeanette was passionate about collecting all kinds of firearms, so she did not have any objections. The third officer had an even bigger background. He was a protagonist-type character, and Han Xiao had spent a lot of effort to convince him to join, just like how he had tricked Toulouse back then. Harmon Rockfall Sonodin was a Luhan beastman. He was more than 3 meters tall and had fur all over his body. He looked a little like a bear man and looked quite cute. However, he was a ferocious warrior race. The Luhan beastmen had their own civilization located in another star cluster. Their ruling system was a tribal alliance system, and Harmon was a candidate for the chieftain of the Rockfall tribe. Although the Luhan beastmen were a galactic civilization, they had retained their warlike, barbaric, and martial traditions. When a tribe needed to elect the next chieftain, it was not a peaceful vote, but a battle. All the candidates would be chased out of their mother planet and randomly landed on different planets. They would be required to train themselves in the galaxy and form their own war league at the same time. When the time limit was reached, Everyone would bring their team back to their mother planet to participate in the war league of the other candidates. In other words, it was a battle between the princes for the right to succeed the throne. Harmon was a protagonist-type character, and the storyline for him was to help him obtain the position of chieftain of the Rockfall tribe. When he was tricking Harmon, Han Shao had triggered this mission. This mission was simple and straightforward from the beginning to the end. In his previous life, after players completed this side mission, the process would become an instance dungeon. Completing daily missions in the Rockfall tribe would give you instance dungeon crystals, so Han Shao remembered it very clearly. The method to recruit Harmon was naturally to accept an ancient ceremony to become his war league and help him in the war league of the future. Harmon was not alone. He had also brought along his war league to join the mercenary group. There were dozens of strong Luhan beastmen warriors. Harmon had the strength of AB rank, and his ability was only a simple body-strengthening ability, causing his muscles to swell. It was not that Han Shao wanted to ridicule him, but it really gave him a sense of déjà vu. The effect of his ability was simple, but Harmon was proficient in all kinds of weapons and was a warrior with exquisite combat skills. Han Shao had seen his attributes before, and he had a total of 6 warrior subclasses. His brain was filled with muscles, and he was extremely fierce. It was said that the heavens were to the left, while the warriors were to the right. Harmon would probably smash his head into the frame on the right. The 3 new officers were filled with fresh blood, and the number of capable helpers under his command had increased. At the same time, the reward for the faction had also increased greatly. Currently, the maximum reward for a single mission was over 1 million experience points, and the total daily reward was more than 20 times that. This meant that through the faction missions, he could reward players with more than 20 million experience points. Recruiting NPC members was to attract more players. Opening the communication terminal, Han Shao glanced at the mercenary group interface. Black Star Mercenary Credibility Points. 1018 Credibility Level. High. Total Scale. For 17D rank. 47C rank. 359B rank. 11 missions completed. 82 main area of activity. Colton Star Cluster History. Sunil Defense War. Silver Rescue Operation. Pursuit of Purple Germ Civilization Rebel Leader Pilipalapa Wasasa. Norios Battle. 78 remaining missions. Collapse/Expand Founder. Black Star. Han Shao Date of Creation. October 2nd, 688 Evaluation. Medium-sized mercenary group. High credibility, good reputation, completed many missions with high evaluations. Has a cooperative relationship with many large mercenary groups. It is a field team under the Dragon Emperor, and its base is located on planet Golden Gate in the Garden Star system. Leader Black Star once assisted in killing a Calamity Grade Super in Norios. His strength is unpredictable and trustworthy. Today is the big day of the start of version 2.0. After waiting for almost a year, we have finally reached this step. These people should be enough. Han Shao nodded in his mind. In the past year, he had done many things and made ample preparations. There were a total of 23 production lines in the base, and he only had about 1 million left out of his 5 million. Most of it had been spent on materials, making the production lines produce machinery day and night. The inventory in the warehouse was piled up like a mountain. The 1-year interest-free period of the loan was about to exceed. According to Rockfest's request, he would have to pay back the interest after a year. Han Shao was waiting to earn it back from the players. His experience on the interface had long fallen below the 100 million mark. Han Shao was still at level 116. He had spent his experience gambling blueprints and leveling up his skills, so he urgently needed to replenish it. He still had a mission completion card in his hands. If he had enough experience, he could even directly advance to level 140. It was impossible not to look forward to it. Putting away his thoughts, Han Shao looked at everyone and said with a deep voice, "Today, I've gathered everyone to conduct a large-scale operation. My hometown is facing a calamity. Their vision is limited to the planet and cannot see what I see. I'm their only savior." The mercenaries below looked at each other. Black Star's hometown? Was it that native planet called Blue Star? "I will fight for you, just as you will fight for me." Harmon raised his fist and pounded his chest. "I will be by your side, as always." Haluz nodded. All the mercenaries in the hall responded. Looking at the time, it was about time. Han Shao opened the interface and waited silently. Not long after, a new notification appeared. Version 2.0 activated. Retrieving data. Retrieving data complete. Player forum opened. Welcome to Galaxy, version 2.0. After preparing for so long, version 2.0 was finally here. Han Zhao's eyes flashed, and he walked toward the door. The crowd automatically opened a path for him. Hundreds of elite mercenaries followed behind him in a grandiose manner. Chapter 494. Garden Star System, Star Zone 9, Blue Star. The southern continent was experiencing a scorching summer. The sun hung high in the sky, and the air was distorted by the high temperature. The moment version 2.0 was activated, the originally empty square in Sanctuary 3 was filled with players one after another. Hundreds, tens of thousands, hundreds of thousands. The originally empty square was filled with players in just a few seconds. Before the version update, due to the Last Stand mission left by Han Shao and Galaxy Time's analysis of the main storyline of version 2.0, hundreds of thousands of Blue Star players gathered in Sanctuary 3 and chose to go offline there. Now that version 2.0 was activated, the place where these hundreds of thousands of players went online was Sanctuary 3. Hundreds of thousands of people gathered and looked around curiously. Is it version 2.0 now? There doesn't seem to be any changes. Sigh. The level cap has increased, and EXP can be used to level up. It is indeed a new version. Are there no other changes? I really just want to try pooping in the game. Pants strippers, please have some self-respect. The players discussed among themselves and opened their interfaces to check their attributes. Other than the level cap, there were no other changes to their personal information. However, very soon, someone realized that a mission notification had changed. It was the Last Stand, and the mission status had changed from frozen to activated. This was the prize pool mission left by Han Shao before he left. The mission requirement was to protect Sanctuary 3 as a prelude to the mutation disaster and attract players to gather there. As he expected, this mission was suspected by the players to be related to the storyline of version 2.0. Now, this mission had actually been activated. Didn't this mean that the calamity in the mission notification had already begun? All the players were excited. Thanks to Black Phantom, they had barely participated in the main storyline in the previous version. This time, there was finally a major event that they could participate in. Right, the NPC who issued this mission was still Black Star. Oh, now he was called Black Star. Was he still in the galaxy? Once they thought of Han Shao, many players could not help but be envious of the group of professional players who had been taken away by him. They had stepped into the galaxy earlier and were much better than them in terms of food, clothing, and equipment. Just as the players were observing, an announcement suddenly sounded in the sanctuary. All Inhumans, please stay where you are. I repeat, all Inhumans, please stay where you are. Soon, a large number of guards surrounded the plaza, their faces filled with shock and bewilderment as they stared nervously at the large crowd of players. All the Inhumans on the planet had disappeared for a whole year, but they suddenly appeared today, which shocked the management of Sanctuary 3. Bennett quickly sent people to control the scene. At the same time, the players in Sanctuary 3 triggered the same mission. Stay where you are, mission introduction. While you were gone, many things happened to Blue Star. Right now, it's a critical moment for the survival of our civilization. Stay where you are and wait patiently for the relevant personnel to explain the situation. This was a small mission, and the reward was not much. It just so happened that the players also wanted to understand the situation. Hundreds of thousands of people obediently stayed in the square, mainly because they were surrounded by guards. God knew if they would be attacked if they left rashly. No one wanted to lose the shelter's reputation at the beginning of the version. Not long after, Bennett hurried over. Looking at the sea of people, his eyes flashed with joy. He recalled what Han Shao had said before, saying that the Inhumans were the backbone of the resistance against this catastrophe. At such a critical moment, the Inhumans had appeared once again. He did not know the reason, but he knew that the Inhumans had come at the right time, and they were in urgent need of manpower. Bennett took out a loudspeaker and said loudly, "Everyone, Blue Star is facing an unprecedented disaster, and we urgently need help." He quickly explained the situation. Only then did the players know that it had been more than a year since the previous version. More than a month ago, a strange phenomenon had spread rapidly on planet Aquamarine and finally turned into a catastrophe that swept across the entire planet. Blue Star called it the mutation disaster. It had been a month since the mutation disaster had fully erupted, and the entire planet was in turmoil. The Six Nations regime had collapsed in just a month. No one knew the cause of the disaster, and they only knew that it was some kind of virus, which they called the mutation virus. Countless creatures, humans, beasts, and even plants were infected, but no one could find out what the mutation virus looked like, how it spread, and how it worked. No one knew if they were infected or not. Before the virus broke out, every infected person was no different from normal. However, the moment it broke out, the infected person would suddenly have unusual desires, including but not limited to killing intent, desire to destroy, anger, sadness, madness, lust, hunger, thirst, and so on. A weak person could suddenly become a butcher who killed without batting an eyelid. A normal person could suddenly squat down and crazily swallow sand until they died, and a dignified woman could suddenly become a slut. The most frightening thing was that when the virus broke out, the infected person still maintained their rationality. This meant that they did not lose control or act rashly. Instead, these desires guided their thoughts and led them to do all sorts of things. According to the memories of the survivors, when the virus broke out, these desires came from the bottom of their hearts, and they were their true thoughts at that time. It was as if their personalities had been changed by someone, and they had become another person. However, they did not realize it and felt that their actions were normal when the virus broke out. Bennett gave a few examples, and the confused players immediately understood how frightening the mutation disaster was. Maple was the first place where the virus broke out on a large scale. The infected people in the army picked up their guns and started to kill their comrades. The army instantly fell into chaos, and no one knew which soldier was the infected. A civil war broke out, and tanks, helicopters, rockets, and other weapons were used. A large-scale outbreak of the virus broke out, and almost half of Maple's military strength was destroyed. The president even showed serious violent tendencies and wanted to plant mushrooms all over the world. Luckily, launching a nuclear bomb required a complicated process. If the button to launch the bomb was on the president's desk, the world would have been destroyed and the president would have been arrested after the incident. All sorts of ridiculous things that could not happen under normal circumstances happened without any warning. It was not scary for one person to go crazy, but what was scary was for the entire world to go crazy. No one knew when the people around them would break out, and they could not even guarantee that they were not normal. This fear was unparalleled, and it was as if the entire world had become their enemy. No one dared to trust anyone else, and they were in a constant state of panic. A month after the outbreak of the mutation disaster, social order had collapsed, and many prosperous cities had become wastelands. For safety, the citizens had no choice but to migrate or find a place to hide. Pessimism became the mainstream, and a view of the mutation disaster became popular all over the world. They believed that the nuclear radiation was the cause of the virus. Thus, countless citizens started to curse the germinal organization war that had brought them peace. They believed that this was retribution and doomsday. After hearing the introduction, many players felt a chill in their hearts. Thinking about it, this virus was too scary. Originally, the players had all sorts of guesses about the so-called disaster of version 2.0, but they did not expect it to be such a strange situation. What exactly was the mutation virus? For a moment, the players were stunned. The flow of time during the update was not synchronized. In the eyes of the players, the update had only been a few days, and the world that they were familiar with had been turned upside down. Was it that exciting? Does this mean that there is no cure for this virus? A player asked. Bennett shook his head. Currently, we have found two ways to resist the mutation virus. Firstly, supers are not easily infected, and this has been verified. Secondly, our Sanctuary 3 has developed a suppressant that can make people immune to the virus for a period of time. However, the production is limited, and we are working hard to cultivate the raw materials. However, the quantity is far from enough. The moment he said that, the interface of the players changed, and they triggered the main storyline mission. Mutation Disaster. Mission Introduction. The Blue Star is facing an unprecedented disaster. Resisting the mutation disaster is the responsibility of all living beings on this planet. Mission requirements. Contribute to the fight against the mutation disaster. Progress. 0/30, 000, 000 success condition. Achieve progress before the mutation virus becomes complete. Failure condition. The Blue Star civilization will collapse, and all survivors will be forced to evacuate. Reward. Depends on personal progress and contribution. Note, even if the growth of the virus causes the overall progress to decrease, the personal progress will still be included in the reward. The mission requirements of the players were similar to Han Zhao's, but the players' mutation disaster mission requirement was only the 30 million progress of the Blue Star civilization. On the other hand, Han Zhao's mission requirement included all the other planets that had the mutation disaster. Obviously, the Han technician's mission was more complete. This was a large-scale, main storyline mission that all the players had to do together. The contribution of every player would be included in the overall progress, and they had to work together to achieve the mission goal. We triggered the main storyline mission the moment we went online. The storyline of this version is so fast. No need for foreplay, just straight to the point. I like to be so direct. No, we received the main storyline mission directly because we went online in Sanctuary 3. This place allows us to enter the main storyline mission earlier. The Galaxy Times analysis was not wrong. Everyone thought about it and came to a realization. That was indeed the case. If they were somewhere else, no one would have explained the situation in detail. Furthermore, Bennett had said that Sanctuary 3 was the only place that had the suppressant. This meant that this was the key location of the main storyline mission in version 2.0, and it was the mission left behind by Black Phantom that led them here. He's our guiding light. With the main storyline mission, the players were energized and asked what they could do to help. The situation was chaotic for a moment, and Bennett finally managed to stabilize the situation. He ordered his subordinates to list all kinds of tasks. These were all missions, and the content was different. However, the rewards were all to increase the progress of the main storyline mission. Each mission required a limited amount of manpower, and it caused a mad scramble. The big guilds got the most missions, and some solo players did not get the official mission of the Sanctuary, so they were a little depressed. A player could not help but ask, "Can we leave the Sanctuary now? I want to go somewhere else." Bennett had a helpless expression. "You'd better go up the wall and take a look yourself." The steel wall of the Sanctuary completely blocked the view outside. Hearing this, many players were curious. A group of players climbed up the wall and looked outside the Sanctuary. With just one look, these players were stunned, and shock appeared on their faces. Within a radius of a few dozen kilometers around the shelter, countless tents were densely packed together, like gray clouds covering the reddish-brown earth. It was like a huge, open-air refugee camp. God knows how many people stayed outside the shelter and refused to leave. From time to time, angry shouts and fighting sounds could be heard from a certain location. It was unknown whether someone was having a seizure or fighting for scarce water or food. The news that we have the suppressant has spread. Countless people come here every day, wanting to be injected with the suppressant and seeking our protection. Bennett followed them and gazed at the endless refugee camp. His tone was sorrowful. However, our suppressant production is limited, and we can only inject a certain number of refugees every day. We can only let the others camp outside and wait. The more people there are, the more cases there will be. Many people die outside every day, but I can't let everyone in, or there will be a riot inside. I can only watch them die. The entire world was helpless against the mutation disaster, and only Sanctuary 3 had a solution. The result was obvious. This place had become the last hope in the eyes of the refugees, and countless people flocked to it. In Han Zhao's previous life, when a mutation disaster broke out, everyone had become headless flies, panicking and without a destination. The situation was extremely chaotic. But now, due to Han Zhao's influence on the storyline, all the refugees on the planet had a goal, and that was Sanctuary 3. They saw it as their only savior. However, the suppressant that Yeching and Aurora had created could only be effective for a short period of time and would not be able to get rid of the virus forever. Bennett had no idea how to solve this disaster, and no one in Blue Star knew either. He could not help but think of the reason Han Zhao had left for the galaxy. Black Phantom wanted to find a solution to the disaster. Did this mean that staying in Blue Star would not be able to solve the mutation disaster? Bennett could only place his hopes on Han Zhao, if he could really return. Chapter 495. At the same time, Uberly Hub, the Black Star Mercenaries' temporary stronghold. Dozens of faint lights flashed, and the professional players that followed Han Zhao appeared. They were Mad Blade, Hao Tian, Pork Bun, and the others. During the version update, they had all gone offline here. The habit of the professional players was to check the changes in the version interface. As professional players, they were most concerned about personal attributes, equipment, and other practical factors. After confirming that the level limit had been increased, everyone looked at each other before looking around. They were stunned. There was not a single person in the stronghold. Only the monotonous lights were lit, and the metal walls and floor reflected a faint white light. Although the entire stronghold was spotless due to the cleaning equipment, the open doors and silent atmosphere were enough to let the players know that no one had lived in this stronghold for a long time. Everything in every room had disappeared, including Black Star's personal warehouse and machinery modification room. If not for the fact that even the furniture had disappeared, they would have thought that a thief had broken into the stronghold. Why is there no one here? Where's Black Star? Mad Blade was puzzled. I don't know how much time has passed. It seems like they are no longer here, Hao Tian said in a low voice. It's also possible that they are all dead, Li Gum muttered. Everyone glared at him angrily. There was a historical reason for him to think this way. He still remembered that the guild under the Temple of God had encountered the tragedy of their mission distribution location being destroyed during the closed beta. How stupid. Just look at the faction's information. Maple Moon rolled her eyes. As a member of the mercenary group, they could look at the faction's information and know the Black Star mercenary situation. There was no need for them to guess blindly. However, the players did not know that they could see the faction's information because Han Zhao had purposely added this information to the faction's interface. The purpose was to let the players know how strong the mercenary group was and to increase their sense of belonging. Han Technician had always been consistent. All the convenience he gave the players was to make it easier for them to earn money. After opening the mercenary group's interface, the information jumped into their eyes. The professional players were shocked. Mad Blade said, the number of people in the faction has increased. There are actually over 400 people now, and the number of missions completed has increased. Oh, look at the evaluation. It says that the Black Star Mercenaries base is currently located on Planet Golden Gate. So, the mercenary group has moved, but where is Planet Golden Gate? It's not over yet. Look at this. Black Star actually killed a Calamity Grade Super in Norios. Holy SH Asterisk T, so powerful. Pork Bun was just about to exclaim when he suddenly felt that something was amiss. Wait, what level is a Calamity Grade? At this time, the players still did not know that Grade A's nickname was the Calamity Grade. They had never heard of this before, but they felt that it was very cool. In any case, players could only look up to the strength of C rank and above. This group of professional players was a little dazed. What did the Black Star mercenary experience when they weren't around? At this moment, the doorbell of the stronghold suddenly rang. The professional players were shocked. Before they could react, Second Prince had already given up on thinking and opened the door. A triangular, snake-headed man was standing outside the door. "Are you guys members of the Black Star Mercenary?" the snake-headed man asked. The professional players looked at each other before nodding their heads. "I'm a captain of the Crown Travel Agency. His Excellency Black Star instructed me to send you guys to Blue Star." The snake-headed man flicked his tongue and said, "Please follow me." Hearing that, everyone's faces were filled with shock. They did not expect that Black Star would actually send a ship to pick them up. The mutation disaster had caused the global situation to change. The rule of the Six Nations was on the verge of collapse, and a large portion of the country was in chaos. Due to the mutation virus, everyone had a chance of contracting the disease, including government officials. All levels of government were paralyzed, and if a government lost its people, it would be equivalent to losing all its power. It would only exist in name, and the Six Nations were slowly sliding into this abyss. The various segments of society were made up of people, and the essence of order was to make people obey. There were many reasons, such as law enforcement, the military, the economic system, cultural traditions, moral values, and so on. These were all to make people understand the consequences of breaking the rules and self-control. However, the mutation virus had destroyed people's normal logic and fear. When they contracted the disease, they would not consider the consequences at all. All these factors had lost their effect, and the seemingly unbreakable order became fragile like porcelain overnight. Chaos. This was the most appropriate definition of the current situation of society. Unable to trust any living creature, only cold machines were the only reliable things left. After the outbreak of the mutation disaster, the Six Nations abandoned their previous grudges. In the face of a disaster, their own interests were no longer important, and they had no other choice but to work together. At this moment, the leaders of the Six Nations were having a video conference. 20 days ago, we jointly requested assistance from the Godora civilization, and Godora said that they would rush over as soon as possible. However, it has been so long, and they have yet to appear. The mutation disaster was like a woman wearing chastity pants, and no matter how hard they tried, they could not pry open the door. The Six Nations knew that Blue Star's technology would not be able to resolve this mutation disaster, and no matter what they did, they would not be able to do anything. Thus, they had reported the situation of the mutation disaster, and the Six Nations had a channel to contact Godora. They hoped that a more advanced civilization would come and save them. However, even now, there were still no spaceships descending. This made the upper echelons of the Six Nations extremely anxious, and they kept urging the Godora, only to receive the same answer from the AI. In truth, the Six Nations did not know that the mutation disaster did not only break out in Blue Star, but also in the Garden Star system. Godora was also in a state of confusion. Han Shao had yet to reveal that this was Dark Star's scheme, so Godora was kept in the dark and did not place too much importance on this matter. When Godora will arrive is not something we can control. Now, a new situation has appeared. Not long ago, the Inhumans that disappeared for more than a year have reappeared. This is too much of a coincidence. They might be the ones who brought the mutation virus here. Someone said angrily. The Six Nations had always suspected that the Inhumans were not of their race, and their prejudice had never disappeared. No matter what, the majority of the Inhumans are supers, and they might be able to help. No matter who it is, I just want to wake up from this nightmare as soon as possible. In such a situation, I don't even dare to meet my wife, afraid that I might not be able to control myself and hurt her, an official said with a bitter expression. Although Bennett has announced the formula of the suppressant to the world, only Sanctuary 3 can produce it steadily. He said that he will not be able to give us more, but I don't believe him. They must be hiding more suppressants. As soon as this was said, the current leaders of the Six Nations fell silent. They all knew that everyone present had their eyes on the suppressant. When a disaster happened, and you had the only thing in your hands that could resist the disaster, the meaning of this thing would exceed its own use. For the sake of the suppressant, everyone could only listen. Even if Bennett did not have any other thoughts, Sanctuary 3 had already become the center of the world, and countless people were rushing there. The Six Nations really wanted to control the suppressant to unite the people and restore the collapsed regime. However, if they were to snatch it, the situation that the people had just gotten used to would be broken again, and it would cause even greater risks. If they were not careful, it could cause irreparable consequences. Was stabilizing the regime more important than the survival of the entire civilization? Some people could not convince themselves, while some could. However, no matter which side they belonged to, their thoughts were not that firm, and they were wavering between the two sides. If we really want to do it, it's best to do it as soon as possible, the leader of Raylan said with a deep voice. Time waits for no one. 2 days passed in a flash. Hundreds of thousands of players stayed in Sanctuary 3 to adapt to the new version and participate in the main storyline missions. Although there were a lot of players, there were almost an endless number of missions in the Sanctuary. The missions with the most rewards were naturally the official missions that Bennett had issued. There was a limited number of such missions every day, and the other missions were triggered by different people. The countless refugees outside the sanctuary had all sorts of requests, and there was no way to finish all of them. What seemed like tedious work to others was done with gusto by the players. Their attitude was serious, and they were passionate about their work. All of them were role models of good citizens, making the sanctuary's own guards feel inferior. The majority of the missions rewarded them with the progress of the mutation disaster. After 2 days of action by all the Blue Star players, the total progress had reached 730,000. It should have been more, but the destruction caused by the mutation disaster every day would reduce the total progress by a portion. The players had to continue accumulating progress, or else they would fall behind. Although they were not clear about the theory behind the mutation virus, the players did not care about that. As long as there was a mission to guide them, they would just focus on it. As version 2.0 was about to enter the galaxy, the players knew that this main storyline was only the first big storyline of the new version, and it was not the entire storyline. The players on the other planets had basically encountered the same thing. The beginning was a crisis, but the events were different. The situation on planet Winterfrost was the funniest. As a planet where the Extinguished Army was stationed, they were actually attacked. In comparison, the speed at which the Blue Star players entered the main storyline was the fastest. However, the actual situation was very different from his previous life. The activity level of the forums was no different from before the update. In fact, it was even more lively than before. With the start of the new version, many players were sharing their information. Bennett stood on the city wall and looked down at the bustling sanctuary. Hundreds of thousands of Inhumans were everywhere, solving the urgent need of manpower. Seeing this, his brows relaxed a little. Luckily, we have the help of these Inhumans. Who would have thought that the influence left behind by Black Phantom is still protecting us? Bennett sighed with a complicated tone. Hella was behind him, leaning against the wall. She was expressionless as she looked at the endless refugee camp outside the city. All of a sudden, strange cries could be heard from the refugee camp. Countless people fell ill at the same time, without any warning. This was the scary part of the mutation virus. It could erupt at any time. The refugee camp, which was barely able to maintain order, fell into chaos. Millions of infected people started fighting and killing each other. The scene was spectacular, and the noise was deafening. A small portion of the refugees who did not fall ill had fear written all over their faces. They sat down on the ground and shivered. The guards on the city wall were also stunned. Bennett's expression changed, and he grabbed the wall with both hands. His fingerprints were imprinted on the concrete. With so many people gathered here, the consequences will be dire if they all fall ill. By the time the symptoms subside, the death toll will have exceeded 1 million people. Many of the players stopped what they were doing. This was the first time they had seen such a situation. Some of them even turned on the recording function. They had seen war scenes before, but this was the first time they had seen millions of people fighting. The refugees did not use any weapons and only used their fists and teeth to fight. They were like wild beasts, extremely barbaric and bloody. We have to stop this, or many people will die. Let our people take action and knock out all the infected people. Bennett immediately gave the order. Every infected person had a chance to be saved. With so many people killing each other in front of him, he could not sit back and do nothing. Rumble. Right at this moment, a rumbling sound came from afar, and it was getting louder and louder. Looking over, countless wild beasts could be seen running toward them. The wild beasts of Blue Star were also infected by the mutation virus. The wild environment was already extremely dangerous, and it was even more difficult for them to survive. Furthermore, the infected beasts were different from humans. While the infected beasts were violent, they would form groups and move in groups. They would sometimes kill each other or attack the city. The group of beasts charged to the edge of the refugee camp, and a massacre broke out. The refugees were torn apart and trampled on by the beasts, and their bodies were torn apart. The scene was extremely bloody, and it was as though heavy cavalry had charged into a defenseless crowd and started a massacre. "Ha!" Bennett crushed a piece of the wall and roared. "Not good. A group of beasts actually came at such a time. Hurry up and save them. If we leave them here, all the refugees will die." At this moment, the mission list of the players changed. The total progress of Mutation Disaster started to plummet, and 10,000 points were lost in the blink of an eye. Everyone triggered an emergency group mission at the same time, and the mission was to save as many refugees as possible. The reward was 50,000 to 200,000 points, and the fewer people that died, the higher the reward. However, the speed at which their progress was falling was extremely fast. If they did not save them quickly, they would probably lose more than half of their progress over the past 2 days. Hurry up and save them. Looking for a party. Anyone is fine, as long as there are enough people. The hundreds of thousands of players in the sanctuary panicked and hurriedly moved out to save the refugees. They knocked out the infected and sent them to the sanctuary. Apart from the rescue team, Bennett also sent a portion of the players to delay the pace of the group of beasts. There were at least 300,000 beasts, and they would not be able to kill them all in a short period of time. They could only delay and save as many refugees as possible. Hela had already charged into the group of beasts, and her dark red energy was released. Beasts that were 3 to 4 meters tall died in her hands one after another. The surrounding players were also fighting with the group of beasts, and the blood of the beasts splattered all over her body. Killing was what she was best at, and fighting had long been ingrained in her bones. It was like eating and breathing to her. However, this battle made her feel extremely complicated. She had once been an executioner who killed the innocent, and this was the first time she was fighting to save strangers. Rumble. The scene was chaotic. The refugee camp was caught in the middle. On one side, the group of beasts was advancing, and on the other side, the players were saving people. Both sides were advancing toward the center of the camp at the same time, and the infected refugees did not know how to escape. They were still killing each other, and it was a mess. The scene was chaotic, and even with Bennett's strength, he was dazzled. His palms were sweating as he watched the situation nervously. There are too many beasts, and their attack frequency is at least 4 times per second. We can't hold on at all. Damn it. I'm having a mental breakdown. I'm about to be crushed. There are gaps everywhere, and we can't stop them at all. The players were unable to fend off the horde of beasts, and they were constantly dying. Although they could revive, they still had to run out of the sanctuary, which took up a lot of time. Time was what they lacked the most. Every second, the total progress was rapidly decreasing, and the players were very anxious. Whoosh! Just as the situation was deteriorating, an ear-piercing sound suddenly came from the sky. Even in the chaotic environment, this sound still reached everyone's ears clearly, and countless gazes subconsciously looked toward the sky. Hundreds of egg-shaped metal cabins fell from the sky, and they were enveloped in flames that penetrated the atmosphere. They were like hundreds of meteors, and the place where they landed was right in front of the gate of the sanctuary. Bang! 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 The metal cabins landed one after another, and the ground was filled with cracks. The next moment, the doors of the metal cabins popped open, and people walked out from each of the metal cabins. This group of people were all wearing armor and holding weapons. They were dressed in a variety of styles, and it was obvious that they did not belong to Blue Star. Everyone gathered over with curious and shocked gazes, and they instantly understood that these metal eggs were airdrop cabins. These uninvited guests were all warriors from the Black Star Galaxy. Just as everyone was wondering about the purpose of this group of people, a masked man in black who seemed to be the leader waved his hand, and hundreds of warriors moved at the same time, charging toward the group of beasts. Boom! Boom! The Black Star Galaxy warriors unleashed their powerful combat power and immediately took over the battle. The seemingly unstoppable group of beasts seemed to have crashed into an iron wall, and they were all stopped. Just a few hundred people were far more effective than the tens of thousands of players around them. Hella's eyes flashed with shock. She was on the battlefield and felt it the most. Almost all the Black Star Galaxy warriors gave her more pressure than Bennett, and Bennett was basically the strongest person in Blue Star at the moment. This meant that any one of these Black Star Galaxy warriors was stronger than Bennett. With the help of the unknown reinforcements, the crisis was alleviated, and only the masked man in black remained at the gate. Bennett jumped down from the city wall, walked to the masked man, and asked in a deep voice, "Who are you? Where are you from? Why are you helping us?" In the past, Bennett had seen the captured Godora investigator, so he did not lose his mind when he saw an alien. However, the next second, the calm expression he tried to maintain instantly turned into shock. "Long time no see, Bennett. Why are you so shocked? Why? Did you think I wouldn't come back?" Han Shao raised his hand and slowly took off his mask, revealing his face. His lips curled up into a smile, and he felt that he was very handsome. Bennett's body froze, and he could not believe what he was seeing. His lips trembled, and his shocked expression quickly turned into ecstasy. Hella, who was far away, opened her eyes wide. The moment Han Shao took off his mask, almost all the players were stunned. Then, the joy of reuniting after a long time rose up in their hearts, and their morale skyrocketed. This familiar figure was like a cardiac stimulant, injecting boiling hot blood into all the players present. They were so excited that their scalps started to turn numb, and their tails were taut. Chapter 496. From Planet Golden Gate to Blue Star, the journey took 2 days. Even when they passed by Uberly Hub, Han Shao did not pick up Madblade and the others personally. Instead, he sent a spaceship under his command to pick them up and return to Blue Star in the shortest time possible. The forums that he had not logged in for a long time were open again. He was very clear about the movements of the players. When a spaceship arrived at the atmosphere of Blue Star, the players happened to post the video of the large-scale riot in Sanctuary 3 on the forums. The players were suddenly in a predicament, but this was good news. Han Technician realized that this was an opportunity. After leaving Blue Star for so many years, it was best to make a memorable appearance when he returned. Therefore, he decisively led all the mercenaries to land. This was the standard landing mode for mercenaries. During version 1.0, he had left behind the name Black Phantom in Blue Star, and he was famous all over the world. Of course, he could not return at night. This was not because he wanted to be high profile, but because doing so would be very beneficial for his upcoming plan. A stunning return would not only fulfill the promise that he had left behind when he left the planet, but it would also show that he was closely related to the storyline of version 2.0 and make the players excited. This was a way to create his own image. Since he wanted to attract the players to his faction, other than the benefits provided by his own strength, his image was also very important, just like a company's brand. After the accumulation of experience in version 1.0, he knew that he had an innate advantage of having acquaintances among the players. The most important thing was that, after all, acting cool did not cost money. Looking at the shocked and overjoyed expressions of Bennett and the surrounding players, Han Xiao was very satisfied that his plan had worked. You? Bennett opened his mouth, but did not know what to say at that moment. We'll talk later. Let's deal with the matters here first. Okay. Bennett had a stomach full of questions, but he could only hold them back for now. He was very curious about what Han Xiao had encountered in the galaxy. He had not seen Pork Bun's video. Don't worry, I've dealt with this situation too many times. Leave it to me. Han Xiao patted Bennett's shoulder and smiled. I'm a professional now. As for the beast calamity, he had dealt with at least 6 or 7 similar incidents. The Sunil incident had left a deep impression on him, so he had plenty of experience. Han Xiao understood the situation at a glance. As long as the horde was dealt with, he would have time to knock out the refugees. The problem was that the players couldn't stop the horde, but to the mercenaries under his command, this was a piece of cake. In the past, when he wasn't strong enough, he felt that the Blue Star wild beasts were very dangerous. However, after being in the interstellar space for so long, his horizons had broadened. From his current perspective, the Blue Star wild beasts weren't much. His strength was enough to sweep across the entire world and sweep through the novice village. The Black Star mercenaries unleashed all of their skills. Hundreds of light cannons pierced through the horde of beasts, and fireballs bombarded the ground like missiles. The majestic attacks sliced apart the beasts one by one, and the rumbling sound shook the earth, even suppressing the howls of the beasts. Hoo! Halu swung the 10-meter-long battleship, slicing blade like the wind. It was as if he was in a no-man's land. Any beast that came within a few dozen meters of him would be cut in half without any resistance. Swoosh! The rhythm of Seren's legs brought out more than 10 afterimages. His daggers were smeared with darkness, and they swept past the beasts like snakes, leaving shallow wounds on their skin. However, his martial arts techniques had already penetrated the hearts of the beasts. Although it was only a shallow cut, the piercing blade wave had already pierced through the beast's flesh, leaving a cut in their bodies. There was massive internal bleeding, but the wounds couldn't be seen from the outside. Any beast that was cut by him would fall to the ground in the next moment. His attacks were gentle without any killing intent, but they were extremely cruel. Bang, bang, bang. The cannons buzzed, and Jeanette was like an unfurled fortress. Guns extended from all over her body, and a total of 20 to 30 cannons shot out a dense rain of cannons, shattering everything in front of her. She was so excited that her face was flushed red. Every time she fired a cannon, the pleasure was no less than copulation to her. Roar! On the other side, Harmon let out a roar, and his entire body suddenly swelled. His muscles expanded like a sponge, and his originally dense hair was squeezed out by his muscles. His entire body was covered with veins, and he was like a small giant draped in a beast fur battle robe. His body was even larger than this group of beasts, and these elephant-like savage beasts were like large dogs in front of him. He held a door-sized black stone battle axe in his hand, and took turns to unleash violent attacks. Chopping, slashing, smashing, and slapping, he fought like a warrior, and very quickly his entire body was bathed in blood. Bang, bang, bang. Beasts were sent flying by his attacks, and they landed heavily on the ground, just like a truck rampaging through a crowd of people. Harmon's combat techniques were extremely proficient. His movements were violent and barbaric, yet there was an indescribable sense of beauty, a combination of strength and beauty. With his special ability to strengthen his body and his warrior subclass, he could be considered a different kind of martial artist, one that was even more savage and brutal. The numerous players did not have the space to interfere, and they hurriedly recorded the battle. Watching the battle made their blood boil, and their excitement soared. The battle prowess of these B-rank officers far surpassed Blue Star's standard, and it was as if they were watching a movie. Black Star's sudden arrival gave them a great surprise. The appearance of the orbital airdrop pod was too flashy, and it was simply like a heavenly justice descending from the heavens. Han Xiao took a careful look and confirmed that there was no need for him to personally take action. With his current battle prowess, he could create an even greater impact on the players' hearts. However, after pondering for a moment, he finally gave up on this idea. It was better to leave some space for the players to imagine and maintain a sense of mystery. Only then could his acting skills break through the heavens. The originally thorny situation was quickly and efficiently resolved by Black Star's mercenaries. The beasts were completely wiped out, and they could be made into jerky and stored, alleviating the problem of food. Without the berserk beast horde, the hundreds of thousands of players quickly subdued all the sick refugees. After a quick count, less than 100,000 people had died, which was much better than the worst outcome. At least from the numbers, it was so. However, looking at the pile of refugees' corpses, Bennett's mood was not good. The outside of the sanctuary was a mess. Bennett temporarily left Han Shao behind and commanded the sanctuary soldiers to clean up the battlefield. Han Shao quite admired this kind of attitude of putting proper business first. The sudden mission was completed, and the reward was over 100,000. The lost progress was made up for. Tens of thousands of players swarmed forward and surrounded Han Shao and the others excitedly. Ever since Han Shao left, only the group of pro players could enjoy his interactions. They were so envious. Now that Black Star had finally returned to the embrace of the players, they could not wait to go up and touch him. The players were not unfamiliar with the Black Star mercenary. After all, Port Bun's series of videos had a lot of viewers. However, the mercenary group at this time was obviously different from the last video of Pork Bun before the update. No one knew what happened during the update, but the Black Star mercenary had many new officers. The players only recognized a few of them, such as Haluz and Erosia. They could not help but curiously size up the other mercenaries. These people's armor is so cool. So many Sunils. Are they all working for Black Star now? Wow, that girl is so young and so pretty. I'll give her 9. 5 points. A player with unique eyesight noticed Sylvia. So many furry monsters. Some players wanted to complain about the Luhan Beastmen, who were obviously much taller than the others. However, Harmon looked over with a strange gaze, as if there was desire and passion. This player's butt tightened, and his scalp went numb. He hurriedly hid in the crowd. In reality, the first thing that Harmon would think of when he saw anyone was to pull them into his war league. Therefore, it was normal for him to feel thirsty when he saw people. Many mercenaries were ugly, so in comparison, the presence of handsome men and beautiful women was much stronger. For example, Fu Ding attracted the attention of almost half of the female players. That guy is so handsome. Fu Ding felt the gazes of the female players. He looked back and politely gave them a warm smile. In the eyes of these female players, the world seemed to have brightened up, and their hearts were instantly intoxicated. Oh my God, so handsome that it's inhumane. I think I'm going to fall in love. This old man's maiden heart is about to explode. Han Shao glanced at them. He always felt that these female players had hearts popping out of their heads like bubbles. He did not expect that Fu Ding would have such an effect. Most female players were more emotional, and their values were different from male players. Between practicality and appearance, they preferred the latter. Fu Ding was simply a harvester for female players. Letting Fu Ding attract female players is beneficial to the faction's attractiveness. Bringing him along was indeed the right choice. Han Shao nodded. He suddenly felt like he was a brothel keeper, and Fu Ding was one of his subordinates. He usually did not think too much, but when he saw the players, he was also happy. They were all walking wallets. Although the female players all looked at Fu Ding, Han Shao did not have any opinion. As long as it was beneficial to the plan, he would not waver in his charm. Because Pork Bun's Black Star video series was like a series, the Blue Star players were very interested in the development of the Black Star mercenary. They could not wait to know the story of these new officers. At the same time, the mercenaries were also observing the players. Sylvia whispered, "Why are the people from my teacher's hometown looking at us strangely? Do you guys have the same feeling?" "No, isn't it normal?" Fu Ding said. The players that surrounded them opened up a path. They walked past the hundreds of airdrop pods embedded in the ground and entered the door. After entering the sanctuary, Han Shao looked around and sighed. "Everything here has not changed since I left. I really miss it." "Wait, Why is there such an ugly statue here? Who is this statue? Why is it in my sanctuary? Huang Yu, come out and explain it to me. Not far away from the entrance of the sanctuary was a tall statue of a person. Everyone who walked and could see it. Han Xiao noticed it immediately and felt a little uncomfortable. This was his sanctuary. What was the meaning of putting someone else's statue here? Furthermore, it was such an ugly statue. Huang Yu followed with sweat all over his forehead. Although he was now the actual manager of the sanctuary, in front of Han Xiao, he subconsciously reverted to his assistant attitude and spoke carefully. Your Excellency, Black Phantom, that is your statue. You haven't been back for too long, so I asked someone to remember you. Actually, it's quite pretty. Han Xiao changed his words as fast as a typhoon. The group of mercenaries looked at the statue and then looked at Han Xiao. They all shook their heads. What? This statue does not look like Black Star at all. This statue is obviously a normal human. Even our leader does not know what species it is. Teacher, are you very famous in your hometown? Sylvia asked curiously. At this time, Bennett finally had time to walk over. He shook his head and said, Black Phantom is not just famous. He is the legend of this planet. The mercenaries looked at each other. Legend? They were a little curious about their leader's past. Black Phantom? Sylvia opened her eyes wide and turned to look at Han Xiao. So your nickname has always been so bad. I thought it was an exception. Are you complaining that I have been too lenient with you recently? If you want to copy theory books, just tell me. I can let you live a very fulfilling year. Han Xiao narrowed his eyes. He pinched Sylvia's smooth face and pulled hard. It was so painful that she gasped. Although they were chatting, he did not forget about the important matter. He turned to Bennett and asked, What's the situation now? The disaster you mentioned really happened. Sai, let's go to the meeting room and talk more. Bennett could not help but look at Han Xiao. He wanted to say something, but stopped. He asked, Right, how did you come back? Han Xiao suddenly realized something. You reminded me. I forgot something. Wait for me. He took out his communicator and pressed a few buttons. Rumble. The wind pressure suddenly came, blowing the dust and sand into the air. Shadows appeared on the ground, and then the shadows quickly expanded. More than half of the sanctuary was covered in shadows. More than 10 spaceships floated above the sanctuary. Their huge bodies covered the sky and the sun. It was a spectacular sight. This was the fleet that Han Xiao brought. He did not want to stop in outer space, so he called the spaceships down and stopped above the sanctuary. They covered the sky and the sun. This scene was thousands of times bigger than the airborne cabin. The hundreds of thousands of players on the ground looked up. Their mouths were wide open, and they were stunned. Chapter 497. The fleet floated quietly above the sanctuary like a flying fortress. The people on the ground looked up and could only see the bottom of the spaceship and the circular anti-gravity stabilizers shining with blue light. This was not the first time the players of Planet Aquamarine had seen a spaceship with their own eyes. When Han Xiao left Planet Aquamarine, a spaceship had descended once before. Now, history was repeating itself. However, it was not a single spaceship, but a fleet. Although spaceships could be seen everywhere in Pork Bun's video of the Black Star mercenary conquering the galaxy, the shock was even more intense when seen up close. Hundreds of thousands of players looked up with excitement and amazement. Many of them had been recording. The power Han Xiao displayed was far beyond the past, but he did not make a move himself. To be able to command so many strong people, he must be even stronger. The question was, how strong was he? The players all used Detect on Han Xiao, but the information they got was still full of question marks. The danger level was still extremely fatal. This was like a feather that tickled the hearts of many players. They were extremely curious about Han Xiao's strength. I really want to know. My spaceship is parked above the sanctuary. You don't have any objections, right? Han Xiao turned his head and said to the dumbfounded Huang Yu. His expression was calm, and his tone was as if he was saying, It's nothing. Huang Yu shook his head like a rattle drum and wiped off his cold sweat. This was not a question of whether he had any objections. It was clearly whether he dared to have any objections. Han Xiao looked at Bennett and said, "Let's go, let's talk." This, Bennett was shocked. They had not seen each other for 2 years, and Han Xiao kept giving him surprises. What exactly did Black Phantom experience in the galaxy? A sense of anticipation grew from the bottom of his heart. Black Phantom said that he went to the galaxy to find a solution to the disaster. Now that he was back, he should have found it, right? The crowd was crowded. The group passed through the crowd and headed toward the core area of the sanctuary. Han Xiao first dealt with Bennett's problem and left the players aside. There was no need to be so impatient. After all, the leaks planted in the ground would not run away. Let the impact of the return brew among the players first. This was the same logic as letting bullets fly for a while. Han Technician was never impatient. Being impatient would not yield ripe crops. Han Xiao let the mercenaries wait outside and only brought the officers into the meeting room. Yeching had been waiting there for a long time. She looked at Han Xiao with a complicated expression and asked the question that had always been on her mind. "When you exchanged me from Belle of Death Island, I did not believe that your reason was true. I was not the only pharmacist, but you chose me. Did you already know that I could make inhibitors? Take a guess." Han Xiao did not answer. Yeching frowned. She did not mind being used for her freedom, but she hated the feeling of being kept in the dark. She wanted to ask more questions, but when she saw Han Zhao's eyes, she felt a sense of pressure that penetrated deep into her heart. It was as if a huge rock was pressing down on her chest. Han Zhao's aura was much stronger than before. She bit her lips and did not dare to be rash like before. She swallowed her words. Bennett cleared his throat and continued the conversation. "As you can see, the disaster that you predicted has indeed happened. We call it the mutation disaster. I hope that you came back because you found a solution. With Blue Star's technology, there is no way to solve it. Even the mutation virus could not be discovered. Tell me about the situation." Han Xiao nodded. Because of his influence, the process of Blue Star encountering the mutation disaster was very different from his previous life. For example, there was no Sanctuary 3 in his previous life. Although the exact storyline was different, the core of the matter was the same, the mutation disaster. If he could grasp the core, he would not be afraid of the storyline changing. Using 10 minutes, Bennett explained the current situation of Blue Star to Han Xiao. "The situation is still optimistic. I came back just in time," Han Xiao said. Bennett paused for a moment before asking, "What did you experience in the universe?" He finally had the chance to ask. He wanted to know how Han Xiao had built his organization, what had happened, what was his current identity, and so on. "I am now a mercenary. These are my companions." Han Xiao pointed at the officers who were playing Wayne cards in boredom. Haluz and Harmon were in a deadlock. This group of good-for-nothings could not be serious. They were not concerned about the situation of the disaster. After all, their captain would deal with it. What was there to worry about? Han Xiao briefly described his experience, but Bennett was still amazed. The vastness of the universe was far beyond his imagination. Although he had stayed in Blue Star because of his responsibilities, Bennett could not lie to his heart. He also yearned for the Sea of Stars. Bang! At this moment, the door suddenly opened, and Aurora rushed in. Her gaze passed through the officers and saw Han Xiao sitting by the table. Her face was filled with joy, and she ran into Han Zhao's embrace, hugging his waist tightly. "You are finally back. I missed you so much." Aurora rubbed against Han Zhao's chest like a kitten, revealing a relieved expression. Other than Hela, she was the closest to Han Xiao. The petite body in his embrace was warm and gave off a light fragrance. Seeing Aurora so close to him, Han Xiao could not push her away. He smiled helplessly and could only let her hug him. He reached out and patted Aurora's head, smiling gently. "You have changed, cough cough, grown up." Aurora's appearance had changed a lot compared to 2 years ago. 2 years ago, she was thin and weak, her skin was pale, and she even had a race in a wheelchair. Now, her skin was white and rosy, and she was very healthy. Her blonde hair was dazzling and beautiful, and she had also grown taller. When she rushed over just now, she was full of energy and did not even need a wheelchair. Her ability gave her a strong vitality, and she was full of vitality. This scene immediately attracted the attention of the officers at the side, and they all looked over in shock. Who was this woman? She was actually so close to Blackstar. Could it be that the team leader had already gotten married in his hometown? Han Xiao let Aurora hug him for a few seconds, then helped her up and asked, "Where is your sister?" "I brought her here. She didn't want to look for you." Aurora giggled. Hella walked into the room, looked at Han Xiao, and said indifferently, "You are willing to come back?" "I came back because I couldn't bear to." Han Xiao felt a sense of resentment from her, and he was a little surprised. Hella did not say anything, took out an item, and threw it over. Han Xiao caught it and looked at it. It was the key to the secret hiding place that he had left for Hella. "Your key," Hella said. "No, it's your key." Han Xiao threw it back. Hella caught it and threw it back to Han Xiao again and lowered her eyes. "Since you are back, you don't need this key." Originally, this key was meant for Hela to use when she was in danger. Now that she had said this, it was clear that she believed that she would not be in danger after Han Xiao returned. Although she did not say it out loud, it vaguely expressed her thoughts. "You trust me so much?" Han Xiao raised his eyebrows. "Then why didn't you leave with me?" "That is my freedom." Hella pursed her lips, looked at the officers, and glanced at them, pausing for a moment on Aroshia, Sylvia, and Jeanette. "I thought you would be happy to see me." Han Xiao was helpless. "Who are you to me? Why should I be happy?" Hella asked back. At this time, Sylvia said unhappily, "Teacher came back to save you. How dare you speak to him like that?" As soon as she said that, everyone looked over with strange expressions. Sylvia did not understand. She shrunk her neck, and her tone lowered subconsciously. Why are you looking at me? Did I say anything wrong?" "Shut up." Haluz rolled his eyes. "Come back and play cards." This girl was not observant at all. What did it have to do with her when the regiment commander was talking to an acquaintance for his hometown? Anyone with a discerning eye could see that this red-haired woman was being arrogant. Why couldn't she just stay in the background? No one would treat her as a mute if she did not speak. Thud, thud, thud. Bennett tapped his fingers on the table, his face full of dissatisfaction. "Hella, stop messing around. We are talking about serious matters." Hella walked over and sat down beside Han Xiao. She then casually flicked a weak, dark red stream of air at Bennett's face, unhappy that he used the word messing around. The moment she sat down, she picked up the pure black mask that Han Xiao had placed on the table and played with it. This mask reminded her of the Germinal organization leader. However, thinking about that man now, Hella would not lose control of her anger. 2 years had passed since the incident, and she was much calmer. She was no longer easily agitated by the past. Cough, cough. Let's get back to the topic. Bennett rubbed his numb face and said with a serious tone, "Do you have a way to solve the mutation disaster?" Han Xiao tapped his fingers on the table slowly, looked at everyone's expectant eyes, and smiled. "Yes." Chapter 498. Bennett's eyes lit up, and he was overjoyed. "However, this will require a lot of time, and I still need to invite others to help. I can only take it slow." Han Xiao continued, "I have also found out what the mutation virus is and how it works. Although you guys call it a virus, its official name is the mutation source. It is a very unique biological weapon that is extremely rare. The reason why it broke out on Blue Star is because someone placed the mutation source there." The moment he said that, Bennett was shocked. The mutation disaster was actually man-made. This was simply unbelievable. What kind of organization would do such a thing on Blue Star? With such strength, it was definitely an organization in the universe. Blue Star was just a primitive planet to them, so why would they place such a rare biological weapon there? I know that you have doubts, and the reason behind it is rather complicated. It will be difficult to explain it in a short period of time. In any case, you only need to know that Blue Star suffered an unexpected calamity and became an innocent chess piece in the battle between two galactic organizations. Han Xiao paused for a moment to allow Bennett and the others to digest this information before continuing. I know that the behavior of the mutation disaster made all of you think that the mutation source operates on a mental level, but that is completely wrong. The mutation source is not a simple virus. It has a consciousness and can even be considered a special life form. It only has one ability, and that is to affect microorganisms. Microorganisms? Bennett was stunned. Han Zhao's explanation of the mutation virus had greatly exceeded his expectations. The personality and mental state of the infected had changed, and it had nothing to do with the mind. Han Xiao pondered for a moment before asking, "When you want to eat, is it you who wants to eat? Or is it your body that wants to eat?" "It should be my body. If I am not hungry, why would I eat?" Bennett suddenly paused for a moment before understanding something. That is the logic. Many times, your thoughts come from the needs of your body. It is not your consciousness that wants something, but the microorganisms in your body telling you what they want. The microorganisms carry out a series of activities to produce hormones, and your brain receives the signals. This is the origin of the basic desires of eating, breathing, and so on. You may think that your consciousness is controlling you, but in fact, most of the time, it is the microbes in your body that are controlling your consciousness. Many physiological conflicts were based on the needs of the microbes and bacteria in the body. The body's condition was actually a reaction of the microbes. If they were fine, your body would be fine. However, microbes had no consciousness. Your actions would also affect the microbes. You could suppress your basic desires and become unhealthy. Therefore, relationships were equal. You might seem like an individual, but you were actually a complete ecosystem. On the other hand, the mutation source controlled the microbes in one's body, which meant that it controlled one's basic desires. It would secrete hormones that were several times stronger than normal, causing the organ that one used to think to produce a strong impulse, the brain. It had nothing to do with one's soul and could not control one's thoughts. However, it could affect one's thoughts on a physical level. Through the desire to destroy, lust, appetite, grief, and other emotions, it would cause one's personality to change greatly. One would even think that these were the thoughts of one's own. Thus, when one was not affected by the illness, one would still be the same person. The reason why the virus could not be detected in an infected person's body was because it did not exist in the first place. The so-called virus was the microbes that every organism needed to survive. Han Xiao understood the mutation source. After all, he had experienced it in his previous life, and he had a deep impression of it. Based on his current perspective, one's consciousness could be independent, but the organs that operated the consciousness would be affected. Wanting to be immune to the mutation source? That was simple. One just had to transfer one's consciousness into a machine and give up on one's body and senses. One's consciousness would be separated and live in the machine's brain, and the machine would not be affected by the mutation virus. Including Hela, the members of Blue Star revealed shocked expressions. So this is the principle behind the mutation virus. Yeching muttered. Then, what about the specific parameters? For example, the method of transmission, the strength of control, and so on? Also, why is Rhett Ann's fam leaf so special that it is immune to the mutation virus? Han Xiao snapped his fingers and called the Volga brothers over. Show them the photo of that leaf. Yeching did as she was told, and the eldest brother of the Volga brothers looked at it with an expression as though he was used to it. Isn't this the tranquil grass? This is the raw material of the spirit concentrating decoction. Yeching was stunned. What do you mean? What I mean is that the Rhett Ann's fam leaf is a material used by magic, and only mages can unleash the effects of this plant. The effect of the spirit concentrating decoction is to allow the mage to enter a state of concentration and maintain a high level of calmness. All emotions will be suppressed, and the brain will be cut off from receiving all sorts of emotions. This is the reason behind the immunity. No matter how the mutation virus creates hormones, it will not be able to make your brain feel any desire. This is the principle behind your suppressant. Everyone was enlightened, and Aurora suddenly reacted. There's really magic in this world. Han Xiao had a helpless look on his face. He did not want to ridicule, But this was common knowledge in the galaxy. The ability of the people of the surface civilization to accept this information was indeed a little weak. In other words, their horizons were too narrow, and they urgently needed to learn more about the world. After pausing for a moment, he continued to explain. The mutation source does not know how to spread. It has a main body and can hide anywhere. With the main body as the center, its consciousness can cover a very large area. Within this area, it can sense life forms and control the microorganisms in their bodies. Just like the range of its Esper ability, other than land life forms, the life forms in the ocean will also be controlled. Supers have resistance and will not be easily affected. However, the range and control of the mutation source will increase rapidly as it grows. The area that the mutation source can control is actually a new ecosystem. One is all is one, and the whole is an individual. It has only been a month since the outbreak started, and the mutation source has only just entered its infancy stage. The chaos around the world is just a subconscious action of the mutation source, and it does not have a goal. When it matures, its intelligence will also gradually increase, and it will gradually have a goal. At that time, even I will not be able to do anything about it. It will truly be a calamity, so we are pressed for time. Han Xiao stopped, and his words allowed everyone to understand the severity of the situation. Bennett's face was solemn, and he said with a deep voice, "What should we do? No. What do you plan to do?" He knew that he would not be able to solve this problem with his own strength, and his only choice was to place his hopes on Black Star. "I have my own plans, but before that, there is a matter of priority. I need to bring some people to the nursery where the ingredients for the suppressants are grown. I will let the mages under me take over the nurturing of the suppressants, and that will greatly increase the production." Han Xiao smiled and said, "Those millions of unconscious refugees will have to be dealt with first. Furthermore, there will be more people arriving in the future. I understand you, and you will not be able to ignore them. You understand me. I just knew that we were the same type of people." Bennett smiled, and the huge stone in his heart was finally lifted. He once again felt the tacit understanding they had in the past. On the other side, just as Han Xiao was explaining the mutation disaster, the matter of his return was discovered by the satellites of the Six Nations, and all the images were sent back. The upper echelons of the Six Nations were in an uproar. Chapter 499. Although more than half of the Six Nations forces have been destroyed by the catastrophe, they still managed to maintain their intelligence network. Not long after, this video of the whole process was played in the meeting of the Six Nations upper echelons. After watching it, all the upper echelons of the Six Nations did not say a word. Their faces were stiff, and the shock was frozen in their eyes. They had always thought that only Ghidorah would come to save them. But Han Xiao had suddenly appeared with a fleet without any warning. The upper echelons of the Six Nations were stunned. Black Phantom is back, and he even brought a space fleet with him? He had gone to space 2 years ago, and there had been no news of him since. They did not expect that not only was Han Xiao still alive, but he also had such unbelievable power. The strength of the mercenaries under his command had shocked the upper echelons of the Six Nations. In their eyes, they only thought that Black Phantom's strength was already at the peak. They did not expect that Han Xiao would bring back hundreds of strong people and more than 10 spaceships. With this strength, it was enough to wipe out the Six Nations. When Han Xiao had gone to space, they had already been shocked once. The Six Nations also wanted to go to space, but they did not have the hardware to build spaceships. Ghidorah did not respond to their request, and could only grit their teeth in envy. They did not know what Han Xiao had done in space. The upper echelons of the Six Nations only knew one thing. Black Phantom's level was far beyond theirs. In the past, although Black Phantom had been highly valued by the Six Nations because of his contribution in destroying the Germinal organization, Black Phantom was still on the same level in their eyes. For example, they were all students in the same class. The Six Nations were good students who always scored above 90 points, and Black Phantom was a top student who always scored full marks. There were good and bad results, but they were all students in the same class. Now, Black Phantom had become a little genius who skipped grades and was recommended for a master's degree. They were not on the same level at all. A few days ago, they were still hesitating whether to attack Sanctuary 3. Now, they did not have to worry about this anymore. To be honest, the upper echelons of the Six Nations were relieved. Luckily, this guy came back in time. If they had not held back before he came back, they would have been wiped out. The upper echelons of the Six Nations did not dare to have any more thoughts. At the same time, another idea appeared in their minds. Should they ask for Black Phantom's help? Ghidorah had not arrived yet, but Black Phantom had returned with the fleet. In the eyes of the Six Nations, Han Shao and Ghidorah were both galactic forces that were far beyond the civilization level of the Blue Star. Furthermore, he was originally from their hometown, so there was an 80% chance that he would help. Since he could not count on Ghidorah, he might as well try Black Phantom. At the same time, the players in the Sanctuary excitedly shared their videos on the forum. The Blue Star section was instantly flooded with comments, and its popularity soared. Black Star's name became a trending topic, and his presence was noticed. There were different versions of the video, and the perspectives were different. The other Blue Star players who were not present saw Han Shao enter the stage in different poses, and they were immediately shocked and overjoyed. They understood how the players in the Sanctuary felt. The benefits brought by Han Shao in version 1.0 were still fresh in their minds. Now that the version was new, and Han Shao had returned from the galaxy, he would most likely bring a lot of resources from a new version, which was what they needed the most. What new benefits would Black Star have? Just thinking about it made them excited. The players who came online from other locations were excited. They immediately put down the missions in their hands and rushed to the Sanctuary. The players who were already on the road also sped up. Mad Blade and the others who were still on the road saw these posts. They could not help but want to return to Han Zhao's side immediately. Everyone had been following Black Star since version 1.0. They were clearly the ones who came first. Poor Bun's video had a wide audience. Players from other novice planets also came to watch and discuss. This appearance is quite exciting. I think he has a chance to be selected for the promotion of the new version. The Galaxy Times was right. This character has more storyline. It really appeared in version 2. Though, I wonder if the others can join the Black Star mercenary faction, just like those professional players. Following the discussion, someone made a guess. In version 2.0, every novice planet will be connected to the galaxy. Could it be that Black Star is the guide for Blue Star to enter the galaxy? Many people thought about it carefully and came to a realization. What he said made sense. There were more than 10 spaceships in the sky, and they could bring many people away from the planet. This guess instantly gained the approval of many people. Many people believed that Han Shao was the key person for the Blue Star players to enter the galaxy. In the core area of Sanctuary 3, Han Shao got the mercenaries who knew magic to help him cultivate the materials for the suppressant. With their help, the production of the suppressant would be greatly increased. Currently, the mutation source was still very young, and the effect of the suppressant would only last for about 3 months. When a mutation source entered the next stage, it would require a few doses of the suppressant to achieve the suppressant effect. Thus, resources were still lacking. Saving the refugees could increase the progress of the mission, and Han Zhao's mission also shared the progress of the players. This was the same for everyone. However, if too many people stayed in Sanctuary 3, not only would it be crowded, it would also cause chaos if the suppressant failed. Han Shao did not want too many refugees to stay in Sanctuary 3, but Bennett would definitely not be at ease. The way Han Shao saw it, the Six Nations had such a large territory, and they would be able to settle many refugees. Han Shaoxin guessed that the Six Nations would definitely know about my return. Ghidorah's people have not arrived yet, so there's a high chance that they will contact me and ask for my help. It should be within the next 2 days. Sharing the suppressant with the Six Nations would be beneficial to the overall situation. While he did not like the other 5 nations, if he could preserve the civilization of Blue Star, it would be beneficial as well. In his previous life, Yeching had only been alone. Now, he had many mercenaries under his command that could cultivate the ingredients for the suppressant. He could get them to help the Six Nations create the suppressant formula, and Sanctuary 3 would not stand out too much. Of course, this would require the Six Nations to take the initiative to look for him for help. If he were to personally help them, it would be too shameful, and the respect the Six Nations had for him would decrease. This was not in line with his plans, and he was confident that the Six Nations would try to look for him. However, Yeching's suppressant was not the only method to deal with the mutation disaster. Godora was a magic civilization, and they also had similar suppressants. However, they were also in short supply. After all, wasting suppressants to protect billions of unrelated natives was a waste of resources. Furthermore, Godora had to deal with more than one planet. In the storyline of his previous life, Godora selected targets and gave out suppressants. Most of the refugees did not have the right to use them, and the players could earn money by completing tasks assigned by Godora to buy suppressants. They could then complete some of the refugees' requests and increase the mission progress. However, with Han Zhao's influence, the production of emerald grass suppressants had increased tremendously. Furthermore, the suppressants were basically given out for free, so Godora's suppressants were no longer as important. Although this did not seem important, it was an extremely important part of Han Zhao's plan. That was because this involved the change of the currency system. The Blue Star players used the local currency, which was not recognized in the galaxy. What Han Zhao needed now was Anas, and the players' money came from the NPC missions. They had not connected to the galaxy yet, so they did not have Anas. Thus, Han Zhao's target was Godora. Godora would give out missions to the players, and the reward would be Anas. The players did not need to buy Godora suppressants, and they would be able to save money. Seeing that Han Zhao had so many machinery equipment and class advancement knowledge, as well as being able to increase the relationship between factions by spending money, it was clear where the players were more willing to spend their money. Thus, before Godora arrived, Han Zhao was not prepared to sell any machinery. He would only impart skills and knowledge to earn experience. Godora still does not know that the mutation source is part of Darkstar's scheme. As long as I reveal this, Godora will immediately pay attention and send people over. As he watched the mages transplant the materials, he stroked his chin and thought of his own plan. Darkstar arranged the mutation source for some sort of strategic purpose. As long as Godora does not appear, Darkstar will not appear either. If I inform them to rush over, the battle between the two factions will immediately begin. They are all indirect competitors for my recruitment of players. If I do not inform them, I will seize the opportunity and make use of this time to increase the attractiveness of my faction to the players. If both sides are to interfere, the official battle would begin. However, before that, it would be beneficial to him. He had also seen the commotion on the forums. Just as he had expected, the influence of his return was slowly fermenting among the players, and it was extremely beneficial. Han Zhao pondered for a moment and decided not to reveal his information first. He would wait for Godora to come over before revealing it. He had grasped the truth of the mutation disaster and the original mutation source. He needed to find a good opportunity to hand it over to Godora to maximize his profits. However, now was not the best time, and there was no need to be so anxious. My goal is to get as many players to join my mercenary group as possible. However, I cannot allow just anyone to join my mercenary group. I have to set a threshold for entry. Otherwise, it will seem like I am not picky. Furthermore, players will not cherish things that are too easy to obtain. However, I have to consider the number of people, so the threshold for entry has to be moderate. What I can confirm is that many players want to join my faction. It will be best if I can create a competitive situation. After all, the victor will be envied by others, and I will make joining my faction a privilege that only the victor can enjoy. This way, the players will value this opportunity even more. Han Zhao's eyes turned, and he had a pretty good idea. He remembered it in his heart. Version 2.0 was about to begin, and he had many things to do as well. However, Before implementing these measures, there was something more important that he had to do immediately. That was to harvest a wave of experience points and allow his strength to soar once again. Han Xiao was currently at level 116, and his experience points on his interface was less than 100 million. He had not leveled up for almost a year, and there were hundreds of blueprints on his skills interface. His need for experience points was like a ravenous hunger. Chapter 500. The impact of the return was still strong, and it was sensational. All the residents of the sanctuary had come, and from the square to the surrounding streets, it was packed with people. The best viewing spots around the high platform were naturally occupied by hundreds of thousands of players, and there were 3 layers of people inside and 3 layers of people outside. Everyone wanted to hear what Black Star, who had returned from the galaxy, had to say. Ta-ta-ta. Han Xiao walked out of the core area with a group of mercenaries following behind him. Many pairs of eyes looked over with excitement and anticipation. Wherever they passed, the sea of people automatically parted. It was like the opening of the sea in the legends. Walking up the platform, the mercenaries stood by the side. Han Xiao looked around, and there was a sea of people. Millions of pairs of eyes were staring at him from all directions. His every move was under everyone's observation. Han Xiao's face was calm. With how thick-skinned he was, he did not know how to spell the word nervous. He slowly raised one hand, and a compressed orb rolled out from his sleeve and landed in his palm. He threw it behind him. Zap! A blue electric light flashed. Under everyone's gaze, the compressed orb quickly changed. A silver-black alloy mechanical throne unfolded below Han Xiao. He slowly sat down. The mechanical throne slowly rose into the air and floated more than 10 meters in the air. At the bottom of the throne was the blue light of the anti-gravity stabilizer, looking down at the crowd on the ground. Immediately after, 3 identical void mirror images appeared behind him. They faced different directions and took care of the crowd in all directions. In the sky above the sanctuary was a fleet in a circular formation. The square was right in the middle of the circle, and Han Xiao was the center point. His pretentiousness was instantly maxed out. What the F***CK, so cool. The standard appearance of a big shot. I feel like I'm looking at a second Dragon Emperor. This is so F***King awesome. Han Technician used the method of raising his pretentiousness. Sitting on the throne that could fly, he felt very cool. The players were all excited. He looked around, cleared his throat, and spoke in a deep voice. Through the mini loudspeaker, his voice traveled very far. I'm back. Boom, just this sentence alone made the residents of the sanctuary cheer. As the creator of the sanctuary, Han Xiao's reputation here was off the charts. He was very popular and won the hearts of the people. The players were affected by the atmosphere, and Han Xiao's image could not help but become even more lofty. He raised his hand and signaled for everyone to be quiet. Soon, the whole place quieted down. Even the sound of a pin dropping could be heard. Everyone was quietly waiting for him to speak. 2 years ago, I foresaw this calamity and resolutely headed into the galaxy to find a solution. I made a promise that for the sake of my home, I would return to face this calamity with everyone. Today, I have fulfilled my promise. The universe is very dangerous. I only obtained my current strength after going through many twists and turns. You don't need to know about the dangers involved. I willingly bore the pain in exchange for the ability to deal with disasters. Han Zhao's choice of words was ambiguous. He casually skimmed over his specific experience in the galaxy, showing that he did not want to talk about it in detail. This caused many of the residents of the sanctuary to imagine. However, the players were laughing in their hearts. They had already known about Black Star's experience in the galaxy through Pork Bun's video. Even if Black Star did not want to talk about it, they knew very well. Moreover, Black Star did not know about this. Many of the players looked at each other and winked at each other. They all had a tacit understanding and had a look that said, "We already knew." Han Xiao glanced at the players and the corner of his mouth curled up slightly. He deliberately said this to make the players feel a sense of superiority, thinking that they knew everything about him. When they had such thoughts, they had already fallen into his trap. Not only would the players take the initiative to recall and deepen their impression of him, but it would also be a hidden help to their next actions. We are all in the midst of calamity. No one can stay out of it. I am willing to generously share the knowledge I obtained from the galaxy to help everyone grow together and get through this together. The eyes of hundreds of thousands of players lit up. They had been thinking about this for so long. This was what they had been waiting for. I want to F asterisk king open chests. Bah, I want to learn skills. After saying a few more encouraging words, Han Xiao retracted his formation and signaled the end of his speech. The residents of the sanctuary dispersed with hope in their hearts, but the players swarmed forward and surrounded Han Xiao. Long time no see, inhuman warriors. I can feel that you are stronger than 2 years ago. Han Xiao nodded with a serious face, pretending that he really did not know about the players. You are the one who has changed the most. Many of the players could not help but complain in their hearts. After saying a few simple words that sounded like something an MP would say, his acting was natural and harmonious, as usual. Then, Han Xiao decisively began to sell skills. After holding in for so long, he could finally harvest cute players again. The joy in his heart was about to overflow. After version 1.0, the players were very familiar with Han Xiao's skill, teaching interface, and shop interface. They were not surprised and were used to it. Now that they saw it again, they missed it very much. Selling one's own skills and knowledge was equivalent to a teacher teaching skills. He could set the price himself and obtain the player's tuition. The skills that Han Xiao sold were mainly mechanic skills, and they were skills that the players could learn on their own when they reached a certain level. Since the players' levels were still low, it gave Han Xiao the opportunity to teach them in advance. However, Han Xiao would not teach skills that were too important, such as compression technology and mass production plants. Most of the skills that he taught were basic skills that increased machinery affinity. There were also some low-level blueprints that were not that important. Blueprints were usually very popular. As for mechanic knowledge, other than the full set of basic knowledge, after all, most players had not even learned the basics. Han Xiao also picked out a few advancement knowledge that were not too important to teach. In the past, he did not teach too much advancement knowledge, but now that it was the new version, he naturally did not have such concerns. He was doing this to steal the game. Of course, letting the players learn the future skills in advance was not that bad. It could barely be considered a win-win situation. After all, the earlier they learned the skills, the earlier they would be useful. Anyway, the players all wanted to find someone to learn things from, and he had a full set of services that were cheap and convenient. How great would it be if he could monopolize the market? There were no anti-monopoly laws here to restrict him. Wow, so many mechanic skills that I have never seen before. Heavy machinery modification, advanced detection technology. There are also more advancement knowledge than before. The players looked at the dazzling list of skills, and excitement almost gushed out of their eyes. As expected of the new version, there were so many skills, many of which had never been seen before. After Black Star's trip to the galaxy, not only had his status increased, but his benefits had also increased, because the players had reached the maximum level at the end of version 1.0. They could only level up their skills. Thus, everyone had a lot of EXP in their pockets, and Han Xiao was aiming for their accumulated EXP. With the start of the new version, the players would not be stingy with their EXP. All of them were big money tycoons, and Han Technician would not stop until he emptied their wallets. Not long after he started selling, Han Xiao's EXP on the interface skyrocketed, and notifications flooded the screen. A large number of players did not hesitate to learn the skills, and they spent their EXP lavishly, allowing him to earn a lot. Looking at the jumping EXP on the interface, Han Xiao smiled with satisfaction. He was like an old farmer who had worked hard for half a year and finally had a good harvest. He had been looking forward to this moment for a long time. The EXP gained from the players learning the skills was like a river flowing backward quickly filling up Han Zhao's EXP bar. The EXP that was originally less than 100 million shot up like a rocket. 200 million, 300 million. This efficiency was much higher than in version 1. 0. Of the hundreds of thousands of players in the sanctuary, more than 30% were mechanic players due to Han Zhao's hard work in version 1. 0. The ratio was much higher than in his previous life, and the market was huge. The price that Han Zhao set for the skills and knowledge was not ridiculously high, but it was not low either. Compared to the price of a few thousand in version 1. 0. He was now setting it at least in the tens of thousands. Because there was only one company for the time being, he did not need to lower the price to compete in the market. This was the benefit of having a monopoly. As long as 100 people learned a few skills, it would already be millions of EXP. The profit from 200,000 mechanic players would definitely be much higher than in version 1. 0, at least in the billions. However, at Han Zhao's level, the cost of leveling up was also very high, and it would be even higher in the future. The more EXP, the better. Only Han Zhao could level up like this. When the players were at his level, they would have to do missions for a long time to accumulate enough EXP to level up once, and they would still be as happy as an old chrysanthemum. Speaking of which, it was quite embarrassing. In his previous life, Han Technician was also like this when he was still a newbie. It was only later that he slowly developed the character of a salted fish. Sigh, he was once a playboy, but the moment he entered the world, time rushed by. With my current speed, the EXP I get today should be enough to reach level 120, Han Zhao thought to himself. Once he reached level 120, he would be stuck on another promotion mission. He had a mission completion card in his hands. If the mission was too troublesome, he was prepared to use it directly. After all, he had to stay in Blue Star and could not leave to do missions. To reach level 140, he would need a huge amount of EXP, and harvesting it once was probably not enough. Teaching skills and knowledge was not a one-time deal. When the players learned the same skill twice, it was equivalent to finding a teacher to level up the skill. There were long-term benefits, and Han Zhao was very patient about this. Not only did he want to gain a lot of EXP, but he also wanted to make sure that his future generations would be endless. His personal skills were targeted at the mechanic class players, but he naturally did not neglect the players of the other two classes on planet Aquamarine. Fair treatment was the way to go. They're all mechanic skills. This is so uncomfortable. Black Star was a mechanic teacher, and the happiest people were undoubtedly the mechanic players. Their faces were flushed red, and it was as if they were going to laugh out loud at any moment. The pugilists and espers could only be envious. It was their fault for not changing their class to mechanic back then. If only Black Star was their class teacher. Unable to learn Black Star's skills, the players of the other two classes could only open the shop interface. However, they discovered that they could open the Black Star Mercenary Faction store, and they were instantly pleasantly surprised. Isn't this the faction store in Pork Bun's video? It's actually open to us too? By the way, I wonder if we can join the Black Star Mercenary and become part of them. Maybe we can even appear in Pork Bun's video. These items are all grayed out. We can only look at them, but not buy them. Oh, I understand. We can only look at the faction items. If we don't join, we can't buy them. Wait, look at the items above. The players carefully browsed through the faction store, and they were suddenly overjoyed. Other than all kinds of mechanical equipment, there were actually pugilist and esper class advancement knowledges in the store interface. However, the faction store could only be browsed, and it indicated that they had to join the faction to purchase them. Furthermore, the prerequisite to purchase these two class advancement knowledges was that the mercenary group had to have faction favorability, which was 1,000 faction favorability. Black Star, we want to join your mercenary group. How can we join the group? The players rushed forward and asked. Due to the image that Han Zhao had always created and the video of Pork Bun, they already had a good impression of the Black Star Mercenary faction. Seeing these practical benefits, they immediately became determined to join. You want to join my mercenary group? Han Zhao pretended to be very surprised, and he pretended to ponder for a while before saying yes. Chapter 501. Elite? Selection? As soon as he said that, many players immediately thought of the 30-second True Man Club that had left with Black Star, and they immediately felt a little discouraged. Could it be that Black Star wanted to test him again? But this concubine can't do it. If this concubine could pass, we would have flown into the sky together with you. As long as you can pass the test of the warriors under my command and prove your strength, the door to the Black Star mercenary will be open to you. Han Shao explained briefly, and then threw out the mission that he had prepared beforehand. Mission Introduction. The Black Star mercenary is a force to be reckoned with in space. All members of the Black Star mercenary group are experts. Only by successfully passing their test can you join the Black Star mercenary group and become an elite mercenary. Mission requirements. Pass any mercenary's battle test. Reward. EXP. Black Star mercenary faction unlocked. Black Star mercenary relationship +00. The players hurriedly read through it and started discussing. So it wasn't Black Star who personally chose him. It doesn't say what the combat test will be like. Will it be a one-on-one duel like before? Han Shao gave a signal with his eyes, and the mercenaries behind him brought out a large translucent screen that had already been prepared. He pointed at the screen and said, "If you want to participate in the selection, enter your information on the screen. Philip will give each applicant a number, and the screen will show the selection battles that will be carried out in batches. Pay attention to which battle you are participating in." The screen lit up, and a blue ring-shaped pattern appeared in the center. Particles were floating around it, and they were vibrating slightly. At the same time, the speaker of the artificial intelligence sounded. "Black Star Artificial Intelligence Philip, happy to serve you." Many of the players were surprised and followed the instructions. They entered their names, professions, and other information and received a number that represented their identity. Soon, a new interface appeared at the top of the screen, indicating that a new selection was about to begin. The participants had hundreds of numbers and had to go to the arena to participate in the test. It also showed that the mercenary in charge of the selection was Haluz. After studying for a while, the players understood the selection mechanism. This was not a one-on-one selection, but a one-on-many selection. A single Black Star mercenary was testing hundreds of players. What they had to do was to persevere for a certain period of time. Once the time limit was up, if they did not fall into a near-death state, or if they were still in the area, they would be considered to have passed the test and could join the Black Star mercenary group, becoming the winner. There was more than one round of selections happening at the same time. The number of participants was different, and the opponent was different in every round. Which Black Star mercenary they would meet was random, and it all depended on their luck. Most importantly, even if a player was defeated in the selection battle, they could still apply to Philip again. There were no restrictions. It was like a continuous challenge. None of the players had any doubts. They found it quite interesting, and their morale was high. They sent out applications one after another. Han Shao decided to use this method to conduct the selection and let the hundreds of mercenaries under his command help him test the players. Anyway, these mercenaries had nothing to do. Instead of letting them play cards and waste time every day, he might as well find something for them to do. Not only would it save him energy, but it would also be more efficient. The selection was just a formality. Of course, he knew how strong the players were now. Although it was better to recruit as many players as possible, he could not just let any random player come over and say, "I want to join." That would be too simple. Which of the better factions did not have prerequisites to join? Setting up the selection was a clever way to make the players feel that joining the mercenary group had a threshold and was challenging. They could not join just because they wanted to. He thought about it yesterday and decided to make the selection into a daily activity in the eyes of the players. A mercenary would select dozens or hundreds of players at once. The specific number of players would be controlled by Philip, and it depended on the strength of the mercenary. He had to ensure that the number of players participating was within the mercenary's ability and could be easily dealt with. Philip, who recorded the mercenary's data, would not make any mistakes. There would be dozens or hundreds of players in every round, and it would be like a chaotic battle. Other than dealing with the BSS, mercenaries, they would also have to cheat each other to ensure that they could stay until the end and become one of the final victors. Therefore, there was competition. Actually, Han Zhao's initial plan was to not allow any mercenaries to participate and let the players choose by themselves, gathering groups of players to fight each other, similar to a battle royale. However, this way, the recruitment efficiency would be very low. Without a strong external factor like the mercenaries, the selection would take a very long time. After all, there were weaklings everywhere, and it would not be able to show the strength of the Black Star mercenaries. Furthermore, such a beast of a battle royale might make some players feel that it was not respected. Thus, Han Xiao chose the current method and let the mercenaries under him host the selection. Not only would it increase the efficiency, it would also act as a lubricant to reduce the chances of the players being dissatisfied, making the selection less barbaric. The players would not need to spend any resources to participate in the selection, and if they failed, they could wait for their numbers to be drawn again. This would ensure that the threshold would not be too high, and the players would have the opportunity to continuously try. At the same time, at the current stage of the mutation disaster, the players could only do one sanctuary mission. Thus, the selection challenge was rather interesting and could be used as a distraction between missions. As for the selection venue, it was naturally the sanctuary arena that he had built. The Pro League had once been held there, but it was currently empty. Han Xiao had taken it back for his own use. Bennett and Huang Yu naturally did not have any objections. 10 minutes later, tens of thousands of players swarmed into the arena. This was the first selection battle, and even the players who did not have a turn chose to come and watch. Herluz hugged his battleship slicing blade and stood in the middle of a large arena. Hundreds of players were glaring at him from all directions, and he felt as though he was surrounded. The surrounding players were all discussing. The time limit is 2 minutes. After 2 minutes, as long as you do not fall out of the range of the arena or fall into a state of near death, you will be able to join the Black Star Mercenary. With a few hundred people, it should be quite easy to last for 2 minutes. Easy? Don't joke around. Have you not seen Port Bun's Black Star videos? He is Herluz, a powerful Black Star officer. With one slash of his blade, this arena will be gone. Even if you have not seen the videos, you should have experienced the battle yesterday, right? Did you not see how he swept through the beast horde? I did not see it. I died. Herluz looked around. Han Xiao had told him to go easy on them. If he went all out, 2 minutes would be enough for him to kill all the participants. Most of these players were grade D, and only a few were grade A. This amount of numbers was not enough to make up for the difference. Looking at the sea of supers, Herluz's heart was burning. Black Star had not lied to him. There were really hundreds of thousands of supers here. Planet Sunil was suffering from the catastrophe, and Han Xiao had promised that he would bring a crowd even scarier than the catastrophe to solve Planet Sunil's predicament. Herluz had always believed in Han Xiao's promise, and now that the promise had come true, he could not suppress his excitement. Counting the time, Herluz gripped his battleship slicing blade and nodded. The selection begins, hum. Philip's voice echoed. Boom. The next moment, most of the players rushed toward Herluz, focusing all kinds of attacks on him. The number of players gave them confidence. They did not care what happened and lasted for 2 minutes. They only felt that they could deal with Herluz like fighting a BSS, so they all attacked. Only a small portion of the players did not advance, but instead retreated, hiding behind the others. Attacks came from all directions, but Herluz did not change his expression. He casually used Whirlwind Slash, and the circular blade wave spread out in all directions, covering half of the ring, directly wiping out all the long-range attacks. The pugilists who were close to him could not withstand the aftershock and were directly sent flying, landing at the edge of the ring. Their health dropped by around 40% instantly. What the F*** CK? This AE damage is too scary. So close I almost got knocked off the ring. The players who were charging at him suffered a huge loss, and their expressions changed drastically. A small portion of the players who were dodging were outside the range of the slash, so they were very lucky to have escaped. Luckily, we are not so stubborn and know what we are doing. To the current players, Halu's strength was completely overwhelming. Han Xiao had already guessed that the players would face the selection battle with the mentality of fighting a BSS from start. The reason he let Haluz host the first battle was to establish the image of him as unbeatable in the players' hearts. Furthermore, in the next few battles, the ones who fought were all high-level members as well. In the end, there was no suspense at all. Even though Haluz went easy on them, this group of players was still completely defeated by him. The players had no choice but to change their mindset and move around crazily, trying to survive in the chaos. It was very exciting. When the 2 minutes were up, there were less than 10 people left standing. Haluz put away his sword, and the surviving players looked as if they had just woken up from a dream. Ecstasy appeared on their faces as they regained their senses. We won. The hundreds of defeated players were envious and furious. These idiots actually won the grand prize. There was no justice in this world. Out of the hundreds of participants, less than 10 had succeeded. The percentage was very low, but this was deliberately done by Han Xiao. He lowered the passing rate at the start to make it seem like there were very few successful people. Later on, he slowly got the mercenaries to go easy on them to increase the passing rate. Congratulations on passing the test. Black Star welcomes all of you. When you go to the galaxy and register with the Mercenary Alliance, you will be official mercenaries. Haluz reached out and shook hands with the survivors one by one. This was Han Zhao's request to show the difference in treatment. The few of them were overjoyed. They realized that the faction interface had indeed been activated, and they could browse the faction store without needing to look for Black Star. The items in the store were no longer grayed out. Although they could not buy anything without ANAs, the colorful interface was at least much better than being grayed out. Only these few people's mission had been completed, and they had received 0 faction contribution points. They had seen Pork Bun's video and knew that the 0 faction contribution points could be purchased with 50 ANAs. They all felt that they had earned 50 ANAs. The few of them were overjoyed. The surrounding players were very envious. They sharply caught a piece of information. They heard Haluz say go to the galaxy. In other words, as long as we pass the test, we can leave with Black Star after the Blue Star storyline ends. My guess was right. Black Star is the guide who will bring us to the galaxy in version 2.0. The eyes of the players sparkled, and they could not wait to participate in the selection. The following selections were carried out step by step, and Han Xiao did not keep an eye on them. Because there were many players in the schedule that Han Xiao had set, there would be many selections every day. There would be a selection battle every 20 minutes. There were a few arenas in the arena, and every time, there would be a few selections at the same time. There would be 1,000 to 2,000 selections every hour, which meant 40,000 to 50,000 people a day. The passing rate was temporarily controlled at about 5%. There were hundreds of thousands of players in the sanctuary, and every player had a chance. This event could be carried out for a long time. After all, the selection battles were interesting, and most of the players believed that they would be lucky. Han Technician always felt that this illusion was very convenient for his plan, making the players jump into his trap. After a few more days, the players will get used to the existence of the selection battles. When they're on the right track, the passing rate will slowly increase. I won't have to worry about it. Regarding the faction plan, Han Xiao had prepared many methods, but it was not the time to use them. The selection was just the beginning. Furthermore, the difficulty of the selection battles created a need for the players to increase their strength in the short term, which would also increase their sales. He did not know how many birds he had killed with this stone. From dawn to dusk, the square was bustling with people. After a whole day of bustling, Han Xiao was ready to call a day. In one day, his EXP gain had exceeded the 1 billion mark. A total of 29 billion EXP. I haven't felt so good in a long time. Han Xiao let out a sigh of satisfaction. The last time he gained so much EXP was when he left Blue Star 2 years ago. It felt like rain after a long drought. This EXP is enough to reach level 20. There's still some left. He opened the interface and was about to add EXP to level up when suddenly there was a rumbling sound in the sky. Looking up, he saw a new spaceship slowly descending. This was the spaceship that he had sent to pick up Mad Blade and the others. It had finally arrived. Whoosh! The hatch opened, and 50 players including Mad Blade, Pork Bun, Hao Tian, and the others jumped out with jetpacks and landed in the square. Most of the players in the square recognized this group of professional players. They looked over with surprise. "Yo, you guys are back too." Many people greeted them warmly. This group of professional players had performed well in the Pro League and were quite popular. They had not seen these professional players in a long time. Chapter 502. Mad Blade and the others responded to the enthusiasm of the players, squeezing through the crowd and arriving in front of Han Xiao. These people were the first to follow him to the galaxy, and most of them were god-level players in his previous life. Han Xiao had always treated them differently, so he did not bother with formalities and directly said, "You guys are late." Everyone was stunned. Black Star's familiar tone clearly showed that he treated them as his own people, and a special feeling arose in their hearts. When they were on the spaceship, they had learned that other players could also join the Black Star mercenary, and that they were no longer the only players to enjoy the benefits of Black Star's faction. They had all felt helpless about it, but now they felt that there was still a difference in treatment for old people like them. Returning to Black Star's side, they could not help but feel a lot more at ease. Actually, expanding the scale is not a bad thing. Black Star Mercenary is a growth faction. With more people, the benefits of the faction will grow faster, Hao Tian said. The other players all agreed. Indeed, with more players, the faction could also grow faster, and it was beneficial for the professional players in the China division. However, they all understood the logic, but not being able to monopolize Black Star was very uncomfortable. In version 1.0, Han Xiao had already instilled a concept in the players through Pork Bun's video, which was that his faction would continue to grow as more and more missions were completed. This made the players feel that they could contribute to the development of the faction and receive higher benefits. Now, this concept was not deeply ingrained in the hearts of the players. When they entered the galaxy, the players would personally experience this point. By then, not only would they work hard to complete missions, but they would also take the initiative to invite other players to join Black Star. Furthermore, while the players were working hard for the development of the faction, the sense of belonging would subtly take root in the hearts of some of them. This was one of Han Technician's plans. This group of players did not delay and went to Han Xiao to learn skills like the other players. They looked forward to joining Han Xiao because they realized their advantage. They were the only ones with anus. The pro players had gone to the galaxy early, and Han Xiao made them rich together. The Planet Aquamarine players could only look at the items in the faction store and drool. They were the rich ones who had the ability to spend. The shop has updated a lot of equipment and advanced knowledge. There's a new Sunil set. The simplified general class armor has much higher stats than the NCO class armor. Too bad there's a level restriction. Electromagnetic rechargeable shield? That's not a bad thing. I don't remember this item being available before the update. The faction store had a lot of new products, and they were almost dazzled by the selection. After discussing for a while, they all bought what they wanted, mainly advanced knowledge. In any case, buying knowledge was definitely not a loss. They had seen the market price in the interstellar space, and it was simply a scam. The benefits of the Black Star faction were still the best. A set of advanced knowledge only cost around 10,000 renminbi, which was more than half the price. The prerequisite to purchase it was 1,500 faction contribution points. These players all had a few hundred faction contribution points. Below 1,000 faction contribution points, 50 anas could be exchanged for 100 faction contribution points. Above 1,000 faction contribution points and below 5,000 faction contribution points required 500 anas to be exchanged for 100 faction contribution points. Even so, buying an advanced knowledge for 10,000 faction contribution points was much more cost-effective than buying it in the interstellar market. Before the update, these players had followed Han Xiao to do 60 to 70 missions. After deducting the cost of repairing and upgrading their equipment, they now had around 20,000 to 30,000 renminbi in savings. They were rich, and they immediately contributed the first sum of money to Han Xiao in version 2.0. In less than 5 minutes, they had more than 600,000 anas in their hands. Han Xiao was elated. Paying for knowledge was an old gangster. His future was bright. He could only harvest when the players were rich. These players were the first batch of experimental fields. Han Xiao had already verified that his idea was feasible, so this harvest was within his expectations. Bringing Frenzied Sword and the others back was not only for them to spend money and replenish his depleted wallet, but also for them to set an example for others. Since the other players were poor, he would let them see the rich up close and feel the difference. Maliciously inducing class conflict, this was a very dirty move. Han Xiao looked around, and many players had looks of yearning and envy on their faces. Originally, none of them had any money, and they were all poor peasants. Now that they saw Frenzied Sword and the others buying things that they could not afford like nouveau riche, their desires were instantly stimulated. Although the players' needs were already stimulated, Han Xiao did not mind adding more fuel to the fire. Adding fuel to fire was his forte. After settling the needs of Mad Blade and the others, it was already late. The sun had set, and night had fallen. Han Xiao did not stay any longer. He casually gave Mad Blade and the others a faction mission to help the sanctuary, then turned and left the square. He had other things to do and would not stay there from morning to night. Let's level up first. I was delayed for a while and almost forgot about this. Opening the interface, Han Xiao threw in the 1.2 billion experience he had just accumulated without hesitation. Finally, the long-awaited level-up notification appeared. Leveled up to LV 20 max, plus 00 energy, plus 00 DX, plus 5 Yendi, plus 5 INT. You have received 6 free attribute points. You have received 1 potential point. Your total level has reached level 120. You have triggered the next stage of the promotion mission. Level 120 promotion mission. Reach the required level of energy. It's this promotion mission. Han Xiao raised his eyebrows, a little surprised. It was not common, but it was not difficult. After all, there was no need to fight. The main thing was that it took more time and required the character's energy to reach a certain standard, and this standard was definitely higher than the current level. After reaching level 120, Han Xiao's energy had reached 860, which meant that his energy had given him 9 levels of attribute bonuses. The concept of energy level, to put it in simpler terms, was roughly equivalent to the Nigong realm. Every time one's energy attribute reached a certain standard, they would receive a new level of attribute bonus. When one's energy attribute fell below a certain level of attribute bonus, they would temporarily lose that level of attribute bonus, and their overall attributes will be temporarily lowered. It was equivalent to being in a bad state during a battle. When one's energy attribute was full, their attributes would be at their peak. The standard energy level was 9,000 energy attribute. Han Xiao was still a few hundred points short. This gap was not difficult to make up. As long as he found 1 or 2 energy training techniques and trained them to the max, he would naturally be able to complete the mission. In his previous life, increasing one's energy attribute was one of the ways to continue increasing one's strength after reaching the max level. Many players would go around looking for NPCs to learn energy training techniques in an attempt to reach a new level of energy bonus and increase their attributes by a large margin. This promotion mission isn't difficult. Bennett, Haluz, and Harmon should all have different energy training techniques. With my current favorability, as long as I mention it, they probably won't refuse to share it, Han Xiao nodded. Since the promotion mission was not difficult, he planned to save the mission completion card for future use. Other than the promotion mission, there was also the class advancement mission for the mechanic class. Class advancement requirements. Learn any one of the 3 mechanic high knowledges and raise it to the max level. Remarks. The knowledges you choose will determine the outcome of the class advancement. This mission was within Han Zhao's expectations. The class advancement requirements for the next stage were fixed, and every mechanic player would meet this requirement. During the first stage of the class advancement, the mechanic class would face the choice of cannon master, mechanical pugilist, or mechanic. At this stage, the mechanic class would face a new choice. They would have to choose one of the three branches: armament, energy, and control. It was the large machinery path, the miniature path, or the virtual technology path, good for internal battles. It did not mean that one could only use one path in the future. After the class advancement, one could still learn the knowledge of all the branches. It was just that the focus of the skills would be different. It was just like how the cannon, mechanical pugilist, and mechanic branches all learned the same knowledge, but the skills obtained were different. Furthermore, the biggest impact was that the cost of potential points would change. For example, if one chose the armament branch, the cost of learning the last two high-end knowledges in the energy and control branches would become 3 times the normal cost. As for which branch to choose, Han Xiao did not hesitate at all. What he wanted was the virtual technology branch. There were a few reasons for this. First, he would definitely meet high-level mechanics in the future. Virtual technology could guarantee absolute control of his machinery, and his machinery would not be taken away by the enemy network. In his previous life, he had suffered many losses. Although the armament and energy branches seemed very powerful, the insignificant virtual technology branch was the most important. No matter how strong your machinery was, as long as it was hacked by the enemy, it would be as good as scrap metal. Furthermore, it would be attacked by the enemy. The second reason was that Han Xiao was not afraid of the high cost of potential points. It was almost impossible for normal players to learn all the class knowledges, and the astronomical cost would make people despair. However, it was not impossible for Han Xiao. He had the huge EXP channel that was the players, and the speed at which he gained EXP was countless times faster than the players. As long as he kept maxing out his skills, he could slowly accumulate potential points. Therefore, the negative impact was not too big for him. I still have about 200 million EXP left. Let's not rush the class advancement. I'll finish the class advancement mission first and accumulate enough EXP to level up. Han Xiao looked at his level 120 attributes and casually threw all his free attribute points into intelligence, breaking through the 900 mark. He then closed the interface and returned to his residence. The core area of the sanctuary was divided into a separate area for him and the mercenaries to live in. After turning the last corner, Han Xiao suddenly stopped and saw Bennett waiting for him at the door. "Black Star, the Six Nations want to talk to you," Bennett said in a deep voice and went straight to the point. They really can't sit still anymore. Han Zhao's eyes flashed. After waiting for an entire day, the Six Nations had finally made a decision. Now, it was his turn to extort them. The Six Nations had once sided with Ghidorah, and now he had seized the opportunity and intercepted them before Ghidorah arrived. His position was no longer the same as before. Whether or not he could turn this novice planet, Blue Star, into a long-term base depended on the outcome of this negotiation. Chapter 503. When the two of them arrived at the secret meeting room, the leaders of the Six Nations had already been waiting for quite some time. The giant screen in the meeting room showed the images of the leaders of the Six Nations. This was a remote video conference. As soon as Han Xiao walked in, the leaders of the Six Nations sized him up silently. Han Xiao turned around and gave Bennett a look, and Bennett retreated to the side, indicating that he would not participate in the meeting. Han Xiao stood alone in front of the screen. Leaders of Star Dragon, Hesla, Raylan, Theseus, Maple, and Ordina, this should be our first meeting. Good evening, gentlemen. Han Xiao's tone was calm. Hello, Black Phantom. To be exact, you call yourself Black Star now. We have been paying attention to you since a long time ago, and we are very happy to have this conversation. The Star Dragon leader replied with a kind smile. Because Han Xiao had once served in the Star Dragon Intelligence Agency, they had a good relationship. Thus, the Star Dragon leader was the representative to host this meeting. Han Xiao raised his brows. I know why you are here. Just say it. Bennett understands our intentions, but we would like to talk to you personally. Bennett said that you left and came back to protect the people of this planet from being destroyed by the mutation disaster. You are a noble person, and we admire you. As you can see, our people are in danger, and we hope to receive your help through this meeting. The Star Dragon leader did not beat around the bush and went straight to the point. Then, what do you want? We hope that you can help us restore order and save the people in danger. How do you want to implement this? Han Xiao asked patiently. After our discussion, we hope that the sanctuary can share the formula and raw materials of the suppressant and send people to guide the manufacturing process. At the same time, we hope to obtain a large batch of finished suppressants to solve the emergency situation in our country. First, we want to restore the government and military operations. Then, we will try our best to isolate and save the people. As long as we recover our strength, we will be able to stop the situation from worsening and control it. During this process, we hope to borrow your warriors and fleet. We will let you know the details of the plan. Sounds good. In order to discuss the plan, you delayed for a day before contacting me, right? Han Xiao did not express his opinion and said lightly, Then what do I have in return? The leaders of the 6 nations were stunned. Didn't you come back to stop the disaster and help the refugees free of charge? Why did you suddenly mention returns? What's wrong? You seem a little surprised. Han Xiao raised his eyebrows. Isn't this a deal? If there is no reward, then don't waste my time. No one can stay out of this. It's everyone's responsibility to resist the disaster. How is this a deal? Didn't you come back to save the people on this planet? Ordina interrupted. Indeed, but that's not what we're talking about now. Han Xiao stood with his arms crossed. What you're asking for now is for me to help you restore your rule over your country. I help you restore order, and you give me something in return. It's a fair deal. Otherwise, why should I help you? Helping us can save more refugees. Isn't that a reason? Hesla's leader asked. Everyone will die eventually, and saving everyone is an extravagant hope. I believe you've all read my file and know that I'm not an idealist. My goal is to stop the disaster and prevent this planet from being destroyed. I can accept the loss of more people, so don't use this reason to threaten me. I'm not Bennett, and I'm not that kind. This is not something you can ask of me. Han Xiao said slowly. The survival of your regime makes no difference to me. I can guard the sanctuary and wait for the refugees to come to me for help. They won't be stupid enough to stay in your country and wait for your regime to be destroyed. When your regime is destroyed, I can support the sanctuary to become the new regime of this planet and become the only ruler. Bennett opened his mouth, but did not say anything. He did not have the ambition to rule and did not agree with Han Xiao's point of view at all. However, after hesitating for a while, he still chose to stand aside and trust Han Xiao, allowing him to continue. I don't deny that you want to save your people, but your biggest motive is to use the inhibitor and my power to stabilize your regime that is about to collapse. There's no way to deny that. Han Xiao shook his head and said coldly, So know your place. Since you're asking for help, you should act like you're asking for help. I'm the one who has the right to ask for help, not you. The leaders of the 6 nations were shocked and angry. They did not expect Han Xiao to be so rude. No, I think you've misunderstood. You're not as important as you think you are. Theseus, who had always been tough, spoke with a deep voice. We've already applied for help from Godora, and they will arrive very soon. We're only asking for your help because we want to save as many people as possible. Since you're so rude, we can't do anything about it. We only hope that you can remember that you rejected us and caused some people who could have survived to die. They were all killed because of you. Black Star was not their only hope. The 6 nations were only trying to contact Han Xiao. Deep in their hearts, they still trusted the Godora civilization more. We're all smart people. Don't make a fool of yourself with this kind of moral logic. As for what you said about being rude, Han Xiao shook his head and smiled. Godora should have been very polite to you, But other than encouraging individuals to awaken supers, did they give you any other help? Not only did they not help, but they also shook the order of your society. It was because of Ghidorah's appearance that the 100 Nations War happened decades ago, and countless people died. Furthermore, the rescue team from Ghidorah still hasn't arrived, has it? The leaders of the 6 Nations were silent. Han Shao raised his brows and suddenly changed the topic. He shrugged and said with a mocking tone, "A few years ago, I helped you in the Germinal Organization War. At that time, I did not have the chance to talk to you supreme leaders, but now, you're the ones who came to me. Why is it that in just 2 short years, our positions have reversed? Why is the difference so huge?" The faces of the leaders of the 6 Nations darkened, and they felt as if their hearts had been stabbed. Negotiation was negotiation, and it was fine if they did not get along, but to suddenly poke at their sore spot was too rude. Bad guy. You can only hug the thighs of the Ghidorah civilization tightly. They're like your ancestors. Even if you don't understand them, you have to treat them nicely and be humble. As for me, not only do I know the ins and outs of the Ghidorah civilization, I've also worked with them a few times and maintain a good relationship. I can even talk to their upper echelons directly. Can you do that? The faces of the leaders of the 6 Nations were as black as the bottom of a pot. This was the truth, and it had always been a pain in their hearts. How could they be willing to not have the right to speak? However, the difference in the strength of their civilizations made them have no choice but to lower their heads. They did not know about Black Star's deeds in the galaxy. But if what Han Shao said was true, then the strength of Black Star seemed to be much more powerful than they had imagined. Han Shao knocked on the table and said, "Let's say that Ghidorah helped you solve the mutation disaster and left in a spaceship, leaving behind a devastated land. You would still be a low-level native civilization of Blue Star, and nothing would have changed. How could you expect Ghidorah to bring you in a galaxy? Even if you use your but to think, you would know that it's impossible." The expressions of the leaders of the 6 Nations changed, and they all knew that what Han Shao said was the truth. Ghidorah would help them, but it would definitely not help them develop. They were very clear about this logic. Although Ghidorah had given them the galactic communicator, it had turned off 99% of its functions, and they could only contact Ghidorah in one direction to prevent them from understanding the galaxy. Even if the mutation disaster was solved, they would have to clean up the mess themselves. Not only would they not improve, but their fragile civilization might even regress. Han Shao did not stop and continued. If you want to talk to each other as equals, you have to at least jump out of the native level and step into the galaxy. However, your technological standard is at least a few hundred years away from becoming a member of the galaxy. Do you want to place your hopes on the illusory technological explosion that will only happen at some unknown time? Are you willing? What do you mean? The Star Dragon leader asked with a deep voice. Do you still not understand? I'm the only one you can count on. Han Shao slammed the table and roared. I'm your only choice. Only I, the only blue star in the universe, am willing to help you develop. The leaders of the 6 Nations widened their eyes in disbelief. Why you mean accept reality? What I'm talking to you about is not just disaster relief, but the future. Han Shao placed his hands behind his back and exuded a domineering aura from head to toe. In his previous life, although the players had worked together to complete the mutation disaster main storyline mission, it had dragged on for too long. By the time Ghidorah solved the mutation disaster, the 6 Nations had already collapsed, and their civilization was only left with dim embers. The people who had lost their homes were struggling on the ground, because they had discovered the unique potential of the players during the process of fighting the disaster. Ghidorah had set up a base in the almost ruined Blue Star to receive an endless stream of Inhumans, new players. Han Shao was inclined to protect the 6 Nations. No matter what, with a mature regime in charge, it would be easier to organize any operations. Blue Star was a novice planet, and if they could set up a base there, they would be able to continuously recruit players. These words caused a huge commotion in the hearts of the leaders of the 6 Nations. All of them fell silent and quickly considered the pros and cons. Han Zhao's words moved them. While Ghidorah was powerful, they were still aliens. They were not of the same race, and their hearts would definitely be different. Black Star, who was born in Blue Star, was truly one of their own. No matter how much they did not want to admit it, their rationality told them that this might be the only chance to change the fate of their civilization. "What do you want?" the leader of Raylan asked with difficulty. "I've already said it very clearly. You know what I want. Even if you don't give it to me, I can take it myself. You're too ambitious. Believe me, the universe is vast, and it's worth this little sacrifice. You will never regret buying this ticket. You will only regret missing this opportunity." Z. The screen suddenly turned black, and the video went offline. Bennett was still immersed in the shock and could not help but ask, "They rejected it?" "No." Han Zhao's lips curled up. "They're discussing it." Bennett stared at Han Zhao with a complicated expression. "You've changed." "I've never changed." Han Zhao shrugged and said casually, "It's just that no one can understand every side of a person." Bennett did not say anything else. His heart was in a mess. Black Star wanted to become the ruler of this planet. Could it be that his motive for returning was not only to save people, but also to rule this planet? He did not know if Han Zhao was doing the right thing. History had proven countless times what would happen when power was concentrated in one person. He had seen too many tragic endings of ambitious people. Inflated desire was always the source of tragedy. One had to know that when you stared into the abyss would also ask you what you were looking at. Time was stretched out like a spider's web. After waiting in silence for 10 minutes, the screen finally lit up again. The leaders of the 6 nations appeared and stared at Han Zhao with complicated expressions. "As long as you keep your promise, we're willing to fulfill all your requests. We'll also use all our forces to listen to your orders. Your conditions, we accept." The 6 nations did not have much choice. As long as one government chose to accept, the others would fall behind. Star Dragon was the first to compromise. After some discussion, the other 5 nations agreed one after another. Black Star was already at the level of the universe, so it was not shameful to compromise with him. One side was unreachable and treated them like dogs. The other side was their own kind and promised to help them. Since they had to rely on the ladder, they might as well rely on the ladder's thigh. They did not ask what Han Zhao could give them because they knew very well that they did not have the qualifications to ask. This was not a fair deal, and they had no bargaining chips. Just as Black Star said, even if they did not give, he could take it himself. This was a one-sided charity. Han Zhao was secretly relieved and very happy. He maintained a calm expression and said with a smile, "My people will take a spaceship to your country as soon as possible and help you restore order in your country." The leaders of the 6 nations nodded. "Since we've reached a consensus, tell me a small piece of information first." Han Zhao narrowed his eyes. "Where is Bell of Death Island?" Chapter 504. Without any skills, they did not have the qualifications to be locked up in the Bell of Death Island. The majority of the prisoners had committed countless crimes, and the reason why the 6 nations kept them alive and locked them up in an unknown place was because they had taken a fancy to their talents and hoped to squeeze all their value out of them. It could also be understood that the Bell of Death Island was a place where the 6 nations store their talents. A portion of the prisoners had reached an agreement with the 6 nations, using their talents to exchange for better treatment. However, the majority of the prisoners scoffed at this and mocked the representatives of the 6 nations time and time again. They were arrogant and cruel like poisonous beasts. The prison guards were instead afraid of them, and many of the prisoners were forbidden from coming into close contact with them. Just yesterday, the 6 nations had lost contact with the Bell of Death Island. With the calamity sweeping across the entire world, the 6 nations could not even protect themselves and could not care about the Bell of Death Island. What the 6 nations did not know was that the Bell of Death Island was also affected by the mutation disaster. The prison guards had fallen ill on a large scale, and their duties had all been thrown to the back of their minds. Some of the prison guards had even opened the metal doors of a portion of the prisoners and it was as though they had released a ferocious tiger from its collar. Poochie. Fresh blood spurted out from the human bodies and dyed the gray metal corridor red. The incandescent lamp in the middle of the ceiling was dyed red, and the light in the corridor was dyed red. A 2-meter tall, muscular Sharnik threw away the corpse of the prison guard that had been torn into 2 pieces, and the 2 pieces fell to the ground with a loud thud. The muscular man's upper body was naked, and his muscles were fully exposed. His body was covered with old scars and the natural patterns of the Sharnik people. He was bald, and to be precise, all the male prisoners had been shaved bald. The muscular man flung the blood off his hands and turned around to take a look. There were more than 10 prison guard corpses on the ground, and the prison guard that had been torn apart by him was among them. Hundreds of yellow bullet shells were scattered in the pool of blood, and there were also many guns that had been crushed by him. The stench of blood lingered in the air. The prisoners were all locked up individually, and the cells were separated by a few hundred meters. There were large metal doors on both sides of the corridor, and every cell was a sealed space. Looking around, there were no windows in this corridor. The muscular man punched the wall a few times, leaving a shallow dent. The feedback of his strength showed that behind the wall was a very thick metal and concrete. There were only 2 choices in front of him, to move forward or to retreat. Ever since he was locked up, the brawny man had never left his cell. Naturally, he did not know the layout of the prison map. He was too lazy to change into the prison uniform that was too small. He glanced at the monitor in the corner, suddenly opening my cell door, and, until now, no one has come to stop me. The air is filled with a dangerous smell. What happened to this prison? The brawny man muttered to himself. Being locked up on Bell of Death Island, all the prisoners were cut off from the outside world. Naturally, they did not know about the mutation disaster. Without hesitation, the burly man decided to move forward. After walking for a few hundred meters, a metal gate blocked his path. He touched the thickness of the metal gate and took a deep breath. He took a stance and pulled his right fist to his side like a bow. His muscles suddenly bulged, and his fist, which was the size of a casserole pot, smashed heavily on the door. Dong! 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 After more than 20 consecutive punches, the crater outlined an oval outline. The brawny man lowered his shoulder and rammed into the metal. The metal was immediately torn apart and sent flying by him, opening up a passage. After walking for a while, he finally saw the cells of this corridor. In front of the door were the corpses of several prison guards. The door was wide open, and the prisoners inside were nowhere to be seen. The prisoners of Bell of Death Island did not have the opportunity to know other prisoners, and the brawny man was no exception. He did not know who his neighbor was. He did not think too much about it, and continued forward. Very soon, he saw another metal gate. However, this gate had a huge hole, and it was clearly left behind by his equally lucky neighbor. The brawny man did not stop and walked past a few cells. Some of them did not have the corpses of the prison guards, but all the cells were opened. Clearly, they had all been saved by his neighbor. The many metal gates that blocked his path were also opened, and he was able to pass through without any obstruction. He gradually changed from walking to jogging, wanting to catch up to the person in front. After running for a while, he passed through a metal gate. Behind him was no longer the endless corridor of cells, but a spacious, circular hall. In the center was a grayish-black metal pillar that connected the ceiling to the floor. This was the elevator shaft, and it was divided into 4 elevators. In front of the elevator shaft was a group of prisoners. When they heard the footsteps of the brawny man, they all turned around. Another lucky one, and he escaped alone. A tall and skinny middle-aged prisoner walked out of the crowd and sized the brawny man up. If you have saved other prisoners along the way, then you must be my neighbor on the other side. Let me introduce myself. I am Sir Jack, a senior executive of the Germinal Organization. I was in prison 11 years ago. A member of the Germinal Organization? No wonder you were captured. The brawny man nodded and said with a deep voice, I am Tyne. I have been imprisoned for 4 years. What happened in the prison? Why did someone release us? And why did no one stop us? I don't know either, but since no one stopped us, this is a good opportunity to escape. Sure Jack pointed at the prisoners behind him and said, "They all have their own abilities. Some of them even know the terrain of Bell of Death Island. He could bring us out of here." A skinny man walked out, pointed at his head, and said, "I once hacked into the top secret database of the Six Nations and saw the structure of Bell of Death Island. Although it was only for a few seconds, I have already memorized 60 to 70% of the information. It is just right for me to use it now. Humph, this is why I was captured." In short, Bell of Death Island is not a small island in the sea. The name is misleading, and its real location is under a mountain range. The Six Nations borrowed a natural cave to build this underground prison. There are a total of 13 floors, and each floor is a circular corridor with many cells. The exterior of the prison is surrounded by a large amount of steel and concrete, and not even a missile can blast it open. Someone like you. Bang! A thick beam of light flashed. The next moment, everything above the burned face's neck disappeared. The cut was charred, and the headless corpse shook for a moment before falling straight to the ground. Han Shao curled his finger, and the floating cannon halo array circled around him slowly like an obedient pet. He was not in the mood to reason with these vicious prisoners. He was expressionless. Chapter 505. What? This is impossible. The sound of the headless corpse falling to the ground seemed to have smashed their hearts, and the expressions of all the prisoners changed. This disfigured and burned person was a ferocious person with a fierce reputation. He had killed countless people, and his powerful strength made the other prisoners not dare to be negligent. Is this a Blue Star ship? A spaceship? Although they knew that Han Shao was very strong, due to the lack of information and preconceived notions, Han Shao was still a member of Blue Star in their eyes, and they had never thought of him as an alien. The appearance of this huge spaceship had shattered their worldview and exceeded their imagination. They originally did not believe that the Six Nations had submitted to Han Shao, but after seeing this scene, they could not help but be shaken. The prisoners completely gave up on the idea of escaping and obediently lined up to board the spaceship with bitter faces. The ferocious thugs became docile sheep in front of Han Shao. The last prisoner passed by Han Shao and suddenly stopped in front of the gangway. He turned to look at Han Shao and hesitated. "Do you still remember me?" Han Shao paused and carefully sized up this prisoner. Suddenly, he was stunned. "You are Hannes?" "That's me." Hannes smiled bitterly. "Why are you here?" "Bennett, and I thought that you went missing." Han Shao had a surprised expression. There was a hidden mission in his interface that Hannes had issued. It was called Uncover the Secrets Behind Blue Star's History. Before Han Shao left Blue Star, the mission had already reached the third round. However, because Hannes had suddenly disappeared, there were no further notifications. However, the mission had not failed, so he felt that Hannes should still be alive. Hannes being locked up in Bell of Death Island was out of Han Zhao's expectations. It's a long story. Hannes shook his head helplessly. "I discovered a shocking secret, and this secret brought us danger. Everyone else died, and only I survived." Han Shao frowned and guessed. "You were locked up in Bell of Death Island, so this was done by the Six Nations? You discovered the secret that they wanted to hide?" "No." Hannes shook his head. Hannes shook his head. "Although the Six Nations captured me, they saved my life when I was on the brink of death." "Then why were you captured?" Hannes smiled bitterly. "Maybe it's because there was a dead Godora person lying beside me at that time." "What?" Han Shao was shocked. "How did you meet a Godora person?" "Sai, let's talk on the spaceship. You even have a spaceship now. Maybe you're the only one who can use the clues I found." Hannes clenched his fists. He could not suppress the anger in his voice. You're tuning in to the Warrior Lore YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.